Dominguez, case 23-1391. Parties are present with counsel. Listen, we're missing juror number 8, and I don't want to go too far into it because of privacy concerns, but he is unable, our friend is unable to continue at this time. He did have a medical issue that came up, and so I am going to direct the jury commissioner to get a get well card for us to sign and send to him, and I'll circulate that when the moment is ready, when we have that. So the court will find good cause to excuse juror number 8 at this time, and I'm optimistic and hopeful based on the information I was given that he's going to be okay, but it was serious enough that he's not going to be able to continue. Okay, and I think I told the alternates the way this works. I have a dice here. I was joking with my clerk before. I played a lot of backgammon over the weekend, just going through my wife was frustrated. I did get a lot of double sixes, but anyway, we'll see what happens here. So I'm going to roll the dice, and it's 1 through 6, and we'll see. We'll play somebody every time. All right, number 2 then. That would be A2 is Miss Scales. So Ms. Scales, I want you to pick up and move over to seat number 8. We collect the notepads and everything, and we'll give her a new badge. Everyone can stay seated. One other thing on alternates. Jurors, do we need to swear her in? Okay. While we're working on that, we started this trial with 6 alternates. I mean, you can see, you've been here for a couple weeks now, how important this is, how much resources go into it, and so forth. The worst case scenario for us would be we would lose a jury, and all of the time that we went into, was for naught if I didn't have 12 jurors at the end. And that's why we have alternates, because things do happen. And so everyone needs to be ready. I look at you as a group of 18, now 17, and I have enough experience to know that things do happen. So I appreciate everyone being so diligent and staying with us. And now we have 12, and Mr. Clerk, will you swear in juror number 8?
Stand up. Please raise your right hand. You understand and agree that you will well and truly try the cause now before this court, and the true verdict render according fully to the evidence presented to you and to the instructions of the court. If you agree, please answer yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, so we're in the evidentiary phase of this trial. The people's case in chief, we're taking testimony, and Mr. DeMore, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, you can call Megan Wood.
Okay, let's get Megan Wood. Good morning, Ms. Wood. Come on into the podium right before me here. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Good morning.
The clerk will give you the oath, and then I'd like you to take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to swear you are given the cause now before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
State your first and last name for the record and spell the vote.
Megan Wood, MEGANWOOD.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMore, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Wood.
Good morning.
Ms. Wood, where do you work?
I work for the Sacramento County District Attorney's Laboratory of Forensic Services, also known as the Sacramento County Crime Lab.
What do you do there?
I'm a criminalist.
What's that?
A criminalist is a scientist that examines physical evidence related to crimes, writes a report to our findings, and testifies in court as needed.
How long have you done that?
I've been a criminalist for 15 and a half years, and I've worked at the lab for 18.
With your position as a criminalist, you have to have specific
Yes.
Take us through that. What's your education, training, and background that makes you qualified to be a criminalist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in biology, minors in both chemistry and criminal justice, and I have a master's degree in forensic science. I've also taken multiple classes at the California Criminalistics Institute regarding DNA extraction, STR analysis, body fluid identification, statistics, as well as performing an in-depth training program at my laboratory before being signed off to do casework on my own.
As part of a criminalist, do you have to go through sort of like continuing education to stay up to date on relevant trends, changes in science and technology?
Yes, each year we have to complete at a minimum 8 hours of continuing education.
Are you a member of any professional associations?
Yes, the California Association of Criminalists, and I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in foundational knowledge.
And do you do any teaching or instruction?
I do train law enforcement occasionally on basic DNA analysis as well as how to read a lab report.
And speaking of DNA analysis, have you ever analyzed DNA samples?
Yes,
How many?
over 11,000.
And you're familiar with the process of how to obtain and analyze the samples and make comparisons and identifications?
Yes, I am.
And have you developed something called reference profiles?
Yes.
What are those?
A reference profile is a sample known to have come from a particular person. So if I take a swab and swab the inside of my mouth, then that is a reference sample for me.
And have you testified in court as an expert before?
Yes.
In what areas?
DNA analysis, body fluid identification, and crime scene.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer Ms. Wood as an expert in DNA analysis.
Anybody here?
No, Your Honor.
We have a qualified expert.
So, Ms. Wood, I want to focus on DNA, and in explaining DNA, have you prepared a PowerPoint demonstrative to go through what DNA is, the testing, and the results that you can obtain from DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
And so, you could. And there's a stipulation to people 72, 72, that Ms. Wood prepared a PowerPoint.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. I appreciate the professionalism.
Broadcast that. Or publish that, please. Right now on the screen, Ms. Wood, is this the first slide of your PowerPoint?
Yes, yes.
All right, so if you could take us through forensic DNA analysis.
Absolutely. Am I driving here or are you?
I'll start with you. So we'll start with what is DNA, and you tell me when you need to switch slides, and we'll co-pilot.
Great, thank you. So DNA is often referred to as the blueprint of life, and each of us receives half of our DNA from our mom and half from our dad. And you are unique to you. Unless you have an identical twin, no one else has the same DNA as you. Now, you might be surprised to hear that over 99% of the DNA in each of us is exactly the same. But that's what makes us all human. That's why we all have one head and 2 arms and 2 legs. And it's that less than 1% that makes an individual unique that I'm interested in when I'm performing my testing. And I can develop a profile off of an evidence item looking for those unique characteristics.
When you say develop a profile, is that talking about that reference profile that I asked you about earlier?
Either a reference profile or a profile off of an evidence item, yes. Ready to move on.
Just a minor technical difficulty there. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so take us through the process of DNA analysis.
So DNA analysis is a multi-step process. And so we see on the slide a t-shirt, and let's just say that that's a blood stain. I take a cutting of that blood stain, I put it into a tube, I add chemicals and heat, and I'm breaking open all the cells, and I'm doing the first step called DNA extraction, where I end up with a tube of purified DNA. Then I take that DNA and I do the next step called quantitation, where I'm finding out approximately how much DNA is in that sample. Once I know that, I can perform amplification, where I'm making millions of copies of that same DNA that I'll use in my testing. Then I develop an evidence profile by analyzing the DNA, and we'll see an evidence profile on the next slide. So this is what a profile looks like, either evidence or a reference. And I knew all of us couldn't read, so I made some little red ones here. XY, that means that this profile is from a male. If there was just a single, I'm going to call that a peak. We see two peaks. Sorry, I had too much coffee. An X and a Y. If there was just an X, then that would be a profile from a female. Each one of these is a different location of DNA that I'm testing. At this location, I see a 714. That's just the DNA profile at that one location. And then at the bottom, in the middle, 1, 2, 3 down, we see a single 12. That means that this individual received both a 12 from mom and a 12 from dad. So this is what I'm looking at when I develop a DNA profile.
What results do you get from that?
So once I have one of those DNA profiles, I look at it to see if it's interpretable, meaning, can I tell how many contributors are present? Is it DNA from one individual, or is it a mixture, meaning there are multiple people present? Once I know that, I interpret the DNA results. I can make that comparison to reference profiles, and I can obtain a likelihood ratio. And we'll talk more about the likelihood ratio, but that's a statistic that enables me to draw a conclusion as when a person of interest is compared to an evidence profile. So it's the comparison of a probability of a result given two competing propositions. And the next slide will make that more clear. So in forensic DNA analysis, the result obtained is from the evidence item. So here we see that t-shirt. I've obtained a DNA profile, and there's two propositions for how that DNA could have gotten onto that evidence item. One is the person of interest is the contributor, and the other is the person of interest is not the contributor. It's DNA from a random person. May I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you. So the proposition changes depending on the circumstances of the case. So in the first section here, we see what says single source sample, where I have John Smith. So that evidence profile, is John Smith the contributor, or is a random individual the contributor? In the middle of the slide, we see what says two-person mixture, meaning DNA from multiple people. Is it John Smith and a random person, or is it DNA from two random individuals? And then in the last area on the slide to the right, we see a two-person mixture with an assumed contributor, meaning I'll just call her Jane. Say I have fingernail scrapings from Jane. I can assume that Jane is on her own fingernail scrapings. So that's why she's in the bottom and top of this equation. Is it Jane and John Smith are present? Are they the potential contributors to the evidence, or is it Jane and a random person? And then this is how the likelihood ratio is read. It's the probability of obtaining the DNA result off that t-shirt if John Smith is the contributor, and that equals 1, over the probability of obtaining that same DNA result if a random person is the contributor, and that's a very small number. So it is at least 1 times 10 to the 6th, or 1 million times more likely to obtain the DNA result if John Smith is the contributor than if a random, unrelated individual is the contributor. And
So
once,
the likelihood ratio, you can explain that?
yes, so once I do the comparisons to the reference profiles and I obtain that number, that likelihood ratio, any number that is 100 or higher, I say that that person of interest is included as a potential contributor. If the number is 0.01 or lower, I say that person is inconclusive as a potential contributor, meaning I'm not making an opinion whether they're present or not. And if the likelihood ratio is 0.01 and lower, I'm sorry, I think I went backwards. 0.01 to 100 is inconclusive, and 0.01 and lower is an exclusion, meaning the person of interest is not a contributor. My apologies.
All right, so Ms. Wood, when you get a DNA sample and you develop a profile, if you don't already have one, is it your, the ask of you is to determine, can you identify the person contributing to this or exclude them from a possible source?
Yes.
So I want to go to your involvement in this case with Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez. Were you involved in the investigation that was taking place in the city of Davis in April and May of 2023 involving a series of stabbings?
I was involved in May, yes.
How did you get involved?
I was asked by either my supervisor or the laboratory director if I was willing to perform work in a fee-for-service case for the Davis Police Department on overtime to help prevent future crimes.
And so fee-for-service means one agency pays your agency for you to do work on that case?
Correct, because my laboratory is Sacramento County. Any other agency outside of the county would have to pay, whereas any agency within Sacramento County, we don't charge.
And so as the Sacramento DA Crime Lab, is it common for your agency to make itself available to outside agency support in those circumstances where it's needed?
It is fairly common, yes.
Did you receive certain parts of evidence in this case analyzed for DNA?
I did receive evidence, yes.
And I want to, before we get into the evidence itself, was there some evidence that you received from law enforcement that you analyzed, and then some evidence you received that you sent to a different crime lab?
I didn't personally send anything to another crime lab, but I did receive evidence that I didn't test, that I gave back to our evidence section of the laboratory, and they would have transferred that somewhere.
And you're aware that some of that evidence was transferred to the California Department of Justice?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to start with, when you analyzed pieces of evidence in this case for this investigation, did you write reports detailing your findings?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to show you several reports. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 71, People's Exhibit 13A, 13B, and 13C. I'm going to vote, Your Honor.
Okay, we don't need the board.
No. Ms. Wood, starting with 71 in your hand, and then the other three are 13A, 13B, and 13C. You recognize People's Exhibit 71?
Yes, I do.
Actually, I should start with 71, 13A, 13B, and 13C. Are those all reports that you produced?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with the contents of all those reports?
I am.
And do those reports fairly accurately depict your findings through your analysis of the evidence that you received?
Yes, they do.
Now, looking at 71, what report is that? What are your findings? Or excuse me, without telling me your findings, what is it that you analyze in detail in that report?
In 71, I analyzed the right and left hand fingernail scrapings from Mr. Karim Abou Najm And I also looked at a Black Path water bottle that I took swabs from. And then I also made a comparison of Mr. Dominguez's reference sample to samples that I previously analyzed from a bicycle and swabs from that same water bottle that someone else collected.
Okay. Now looking at 13A, what is that one?
In 13A, this is a report where I compared Mr. Dominguez's reference sample to swabs that I previously obtained a profile from a knife sheath.
Okay. What's 13B?
13B is the first report I wrote in this case, where I received a blood sample from Mr. David Breaux and a Smith & Wesson knife sheath.
And what is 13C?
13C is the report I wrote where I said I developed a reference profile for Mr. Dominguez.
Ms. Wood, when you prepare those reports, do you make them in the regular course of your duties as a criminalist?
Yes, I do.
When you make those reports, when you produce your findings, do you do them at or near the time of your analysis and the completion of that?
Yes.
Are you custodian of records for these reports?
No, my laboratory is.
Do you have access to them and ability to pull them and produce them for court?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us, I know I just showed them to you, and how do you prepare these reports, either to produce to law enforcement or other agencies or for court?
So I have a lot of notes called bench notes that I prepare along the way while I'm conducting all of my analyses. And then I look at those notes and then I type a report to summarize what I did. And then that's released to law enforcement. And each report goes through 2 reviews. So the first one's called a technical review, and that's where a person who is qualified to do the same work that I've done in my case makes sure that they agree with the work that I've done. And then it goes through a second review called an administrative review, and that person's making sure that everything else is correct in the case file. Like I have a case number on every page, and I've initialed and dated every page.
And is the source, the information that you received, is that all done through your analysis and what you've examined, and then you transfer that into your report?
Yes.
What steps do you or your lab take to make sure that the reports are accurate and contain correct information?
So they go through those 2 reviews.
And did that happen in the reports generated in People 71, 13A, 13B, and 13C?
Yes.
So let's start with some of your analysis in this case. So you had mentioned that you had received a knife sheath and a blood reference sample for Mr. David Breaux.
Yes.
So I'm going to approach the grab and exhibit. I may approach with People 9. And Ms. Wood, if you could open People's Exhibit 9 for me. And do you recognize what's in there?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It is the black knife sheath that I collected swabs from.
And that's the Smith & Wesson knife sheath that was provided to you?
Yes.
All right, so let's go through what you did. You said you took swabs from this. How did you take those swabs?
So I swabbed the inside of the knife sheath. A swab is just basically a Q-tip that I moisten with a wooden stick. And I swab inside, and then I swabbed the outside as two separate samples.
And why do you do the inside and the outside?
In this case, I was aware that someone had been stabbed, and so I thought that there might be blood on the inside of the knife sheath. And blood is a very rich source of DNA, meaning it has a lot of DNA. And then the outside, I didn't see any staining consistent with blood. So I was doing that swab to collect what's called contact DNA, and that's also referred to as touch DNA. So I've touched this pointer a couple of times. I've probably left some of my DNA on there, but I'm not bleeding, so I probably didn't leave very much blood or very much DNA.
Now, with your analysis of this and your taking your swabs, and we'll get back to the analysis of this, had you created a reference profile for Mr. David Breaux?
At the time I swabbed the knife sheath,
Yes, at or near the time.
I did not have it before, no.
At some point, did you create a reference profile for Mr. David Breaux?
Yes.
And when did you create that profile?
I need to refer to my report.
That request for recollection?
Go ahead.
So I did the sampling of both of those items on May 1st, 2023. So profiles were developed at the same time on May 2nd, 2023.
So once you got this, extracted the swabs from the sheath and you created this reference profile for Mr. Breaux, did you then analyze the samples and the DNA samples and the reference sample to determine whether Mr. Breaux was a contributor to DNA on that knife sheath?
Yes, I did make that comparison.
And what result, if any, did you get?
I'll refer to my report. It was inconclusive whether Mr. Breaux was a contributor to the DNA results because a likelihood ratio of 2 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion.
Now, at that time, were you able to develop a profile for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I did not have his profile at the time, no.
At some point, did you get his profile?
Yes, I did.
So I want to jump ahead in time to talk about that. On May 4th of 2023, did you then receive a reference sample for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that from?
The Sacramento Sheriff's Office Detective Buttock.
And was that in the form of like one of those Q-tips, or was it like a blood sample, if you recall what you received?
I don't recall. May I check?
Please call the question real quick.
Thank you. It said it was a buccal swab from the left cheek.
Now, with that that swab that you received, at that point, 3 days later, is that when you were able to create the reference sample for Mr. Dominguez?
On May 4th, yes.
And so on May 4th, now that you have this reference sample, did you compare the DNA swabs from the knife sheath a second time to this now new reference sample?
Yes.
And what were the results of your analysis when you compared the swabs to Mr. Dominguez's profile?
I'll refer to my report. Well, first I want to make sure that I clarify that I did take the swabs from the inside and outside of the knife sheath, but when I got to the step called amplification, I combined those DNA extracts because I had very little DNA in both of them. So when I did that, I obtained a DNA profile. It was a mixture that I assumed were 3 contributors, at least 2 males. And then when I compared, Mr. Dominguez was included, and it is at least 1 times 10 to the 28th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mr. Dominguez and 2 random unrelated individuals are contributors to the mixture than if 3 random unrelated individuals are contributors.
Okay, so let's break that down. You said 1 times 10 to the 28th. I'm a lawyer. Math is very hard for me. So how many zeros are in that number?
So that's 28 zeros. Let's say 1 billion has 9 zeros and a trillion has 12 zeros. And my number has 28 zeros behind it.
And so based on your analysis of this, Mr. Dominguez's DNA was on that knife sheath.
He was included as a potential contributor.
I'm sorry, just a moment. Did you get that?
Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Just to make
there was
sure.
a sneeze.
Oh, pardon me. He was included as a potential contributor.
Now, I want to shift gears for just a second. When you talked about forming this reference, this profile for Mr. Dominguez, was that produced in the document Exhibit 13C?
Yes, it is.
And so, with Mr. Dominguez's profile and with your analysis, and saying that Mr. Dominguez is 1 times 10 to the 28th likely contributor to this DNA, or to this having this DNA on there, can we say what the likelihood is, and then maybe I'm not phrasing this correctly, but the likelihood that it is Mr. Dominguez's DNA on that knife sheath?
So no, we can't say it the way that you said it.
Okay. So do you know what I'm saying when I say it like that?
I do. So this is why we went through on the PowerPoint, and I had where I'm not assuming any contributors, and we had 2, but this one has 3. And so it's 1 times 10 to the 28th times more likely to obtain the DNA results from that knife sheath if Mr. Dominguez and 2 random unrelated individuals are contributors than if, on the bottom of the equation, 3 random unrelated individuals are contributors.
Right, so those 28 zeros at the end of that number, just to give it some reference, how many zeros, or excuse me, what's the population of the Earth?
I think it's somewhere around 7 billion.
All right, so how many zeros is a billion have?
9.
So about 3 times as many zeros in your analysis as compared to the population of the Earth.
That statement is true, yes.
Okay. So, you know, we're working together on these numbers because, like I said, attorneys are not good at that. You probably know that from Sacramento, right? Actually, I won't ask you to commit to that answer. So, all right, so let's shift gears here for a second. So we've covered knife sheath. Now, you had mentioned that in your analysis, you had done some analysis on some fingernail scraping as well. Did I have that correct?
Yes.
So, As part of your analysis and the evidence that you received in this case, did you create a DNA profile or reference profile for Mr. Karim Abou Najm?
Yes, I did.
And when did you create that profile?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, that'll request a reflection.
So that was also on May 2nd, the same day that I developed the reference profile for Mr. David Breaux.
Now, on May 3rd of 2023, did you analyze 5 right-hand fingernail scrapings obtained from Mr. Abou Najm and 5 left-handed fingernail scrapings from him as well?
It was 5 right-hand fingernail scrapings, and there were actually 6 sticks from the left hand.
When you say sticks, what do you mean?
It's just a little piece of wood with a broken end that's used to scrape under the fingernails to collect DNA.
And did you also analyze that black path refillable water bottle as well as part of this analysis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time you conducted this analysis, did you also have the reference profile for Mr. Dominguez as well?
No, I did not.
At some point when you did your analysis, did you compare the DNA swabs to Mr. Dominguez's reference profile?
Yes, I did.
So, did you go through the same process and analysis that you described in the PowerPoint and try to identify if there were contributors, both include or exclude?
Yes, I did.
So let's go through your findings on this. And I should say also as well, did you analyze DNA swabs obtained from a bicycle as well that was believed to be Mr. Karim Abou Najm's?
Yes, I did.
And are those results all included in People's Exhibit 71?
So People's Exhibit 71 is the second report that I wrote in the Karim Abou Najm homicide, and that included my examination of the right and left fingernail scrapings, and it also included comparing Mr. Dominguez to those, as well as comparing Mr. Dominguez to profiles that I previously obtained from the bicycle.
I'm going to break this up into 3 sections. When you say profiles you previously obtained from the bicycle, you had previously analyzed DNA swabs from that bicycle prior to having Mr. Dominguez's reference profile, is that correct?
Yes, and I wrote a separate report for that.
And so once you got the profile, then you compared his reference profile to those previous findings to see if he could be included or excluded from being a contributor to any DNA.
Yes, that's correct.
So, focusing on the second report or the second analysis where you have Mr. Dominguez's reference profile, I want to go through starting with the bike and then we'll go to those fingernail scrapings, if that's okay.
Okay.
So, at some point during I should say, during your analysis, before we get into the specifics, did you combine some of the samples to look for DNA to include or exclude someone?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
There were some samples that had 2 swabs collected, and there were some envelopes of evidence that had 1 swab collected. And so when there were 2, I combined those for DNA analysis. There would have been a couple that I left as single, and that could have been that they had more blood on them.
When you combined samples, does that in any way affect the outcome of your analysis?
I mean, it can, but I'm combining swabs that were taken from the same location. So if I swab this microphone, I would swab the microphone part. If I use 2 swabs, I could combine those. I wouldn't also swab the water container and then combine that with microphone. Those would be 2 separate samples.
That was my question. When you're combining, you're just combining from the same location, not different items.
Correct.
So I want to start with people 71, the swab of the bicycle right hand grip. And when you analyze this, were you able to, was Mr. Dominguez included, excluded, or was it inconclusive?
I obtained a mixture of 2 contributors, and it was inconclusive whether Mr. Dominguez was present, because the likelihood ratio of 2 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion.
What's the likelihood ratio of 2? What does that mean?
So where I said before 1 times 10 to the 28th, and it was a very large number that none of us know what it is, now I'm saying the number 2, which we all know what the number 2 is.
All right, so then move to the swab of the bicycle left hand grip, item 002-06. Were you able to include Mr. Dominguez, exclude him, or was it inconclusive?
So it was a mixture of 2 contributors, and Mr. Dominguez was excluded.
First, for the record, that first one where you said it was inconclusive, that was item 001-05. For item 003-07, that's the swab of the bicycle right brake lever.
Yes.
Was Mr. Dominguez included, excluded, or was it inconclusive?
So that was also a mixture. I assumed 2 contributors. Mr. Dominguez, it was inconclusive whether he was a contributor to the DNA results, because the likelihood ratio of 1 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion.
Okay, moving to item 004-08, swab of bicycle left brake lever. Same question, was Mr. Dominguez included, excluded, or inconclusive?
I obtained a mixture. I assumed there were 2 contributors, and Mr. Dominguez was excluded.
Now, the next one in your report is documented. It's item 005-09A, B, 006-10A, 10B, 009-13A, 13B, and 010-18AB, which were respectively swabs of the bicycle rear brake cable along the top tube, swab of bicycle rear brake cable along top tube, swab of bicycle right handlebar, swab of bicycle right handlebar, swab of bicycle left brake pedal arm, swab of bicycle left brake pedal arm, and swabs of water bottle exterior. For all of these, were you able to include or exclude Mr. Dominguez, or was it inconclusive?
For all of these, I obtained a profile. I assumed there was 1 contributor, and Mr. Dominguez was excluded from all of them.
For item 007-11-AB, swab the bicycle seat underneath the left side. Same question, included Mr. Dominguez, excluded, or inconclusive?
So I obtained a profile. It was a mixture. I assumed there were 2 contributors, and it was inconclusive whether Mr. Dominguez is a contributor to the DNA results, because a likelihood ratio of 2 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion.
Now, the last of bicycle item 008-12-AB, swabs the top of the bicycle seat. Mr. Dominguez was excluded from this analysis, or this contribution, correct?
Yes, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, and Mr. Dominguez was excluded.
All right, so moving to Mr. Karim Abou Najm's fingernail scrapings that we were just talking about. When we look at item 012-SA-2A for your reference, actually I should step back. For all the fingernail scrapings, when you had been talking earlier about assumed contributors and that your own DNA is going to be on you, for all the fingernail scrapings, was Mr. Abou Najm a assumed contributor?
Yes, he was. When I obtained the profiles from those, it was reasonable to assume that he was a contributor in all of them.
And so for that fingernail scraping, the right hand fingernail scraping stick, as it relates specifically to Mr. Dominguez, were you able to include him, exclude him, or was it inconclusive?
So it was a mixture. I assumed 2 contributors, and Mr. Dominguez it was inconclusive whether he was a contributor to the DNA results, because the likelihood ratio of 11 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion.
So moving to item 012-SA-2B, another right hand fingernail scraping. On this one, were you able to include or exclude Mr. Dominguez?
So this was a mixture. I assumed 2 contributors, and Mr. Dominguez was included. It is at least 1 times 10 to the 7th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Dominguez are contributors to the mixture than if Mr. Abou Najm and a random unrelated individual are contributors.
Now for items 012-SA-2C, 2E, and 13-SA-3A, that was a right-hand fingernail scraping, another right-hand fingernail scraping, and a left-hand fingernail scraping. Were you able to interpret or achieve results from that analysis?
No, those 3 results were uninterpretable due to an indication of a mixture, but the only alleles typing were from Mr. Abou Najm.
In your analysis of item 12-SA-2D, another right-hand fingernail scraping, were you able to, was there any other contributor other than Mr. Abou Najm?
No, it was a single contributor. He was the only one.
I want to move to the left-hand fingernail scraping. So item 13-SA-3BC, left-hand fingernail scraping. Was Mr. Dominguez included, excluded, or was it inconclusive?
It was a mixture. I assumed 2 contributors, and Mr. Dominguez was excluded.
And item 13-SA-3DEF, the last of the left-hand fingernail scrapings. Was Mr. Dominguez included, excluded, or was it inconclusive?
So I obtained a mixture. I assumed there were 2 contributors, and it was inconclusive whether Mr. Dominguez was a contributor to the DNA results because a likelihood ratio of 0.58 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion.
Now, you had mentioned as part of your analysis that you had done DNA analysis of water bottle swabs, or swabs of the water bottle, the black pouch water bottle. And in item 14-CS2-18A, was that one of the water bottle swabs that you analyzed?
Yes, that's one that I collected myself.
And where did you, when you said you collected it yourself, where did you swab?
This was swabbed in an area that looked smeared to me. I described it as possibly an area that had previously been swabbed.
What were the results of your analysis compared to the reference profiles that you created?
So I obtained a mixture. I assumed that there were 2 contributors, and Mr. Abou Najm and Mr. Dominguez were both included. And then I have 3 different likelihood ratios. It is at least 6 times 10 to the 28th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mr. Abu Najm and a random unrelated individual are contributors to the mixture than if two random unrelated individuals are contributors. It is at least 2 times 10 to the 17th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mr. Dominguez and a random unrelated individual are contributors to the mixture than if 2 random unrelated individuals are contributors. And it is at least 3 times 10 to the 48th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mr. Abu Najm and Mr. Dominguez are contributors to the mixture than if 2 random unrelated individuals are contributors.
And the question is, why 3 different likelihoods?
So, like we went through in the PowerPoint slide, there were different propositions for how the DNA could have been obtained. The first one is Mr. Abu Najm was my person of interest, so I compared him and gave that likelihood ratio. The second one, I compared Mr. Dominguez and gave that likelihood ratio. And in the third one, I compared both of them and gave that likelihood ratio.
And do you recall from the water bottle swab, or excuse me, the water bottle, what was it you swabbed? Did it appear to be blood? Did it appear to be, what was it?
It was blood.
Now moving to the second swab of the water bottle, item 14-CS2-18B. Was this the second swab, and did you personally do the swab as well?
Yes, I did.
And what is it that you swabbed?
So for this swab, I rotated the bottle around and swabbed an area opposite the side of the smearing where I took the first swab of blood, and I tested it, and it was negative for blood because I was trying to obtain more of an area of contact DNA and avoid blood. So I swabbed that area opposite, and then I did test that swab, and it actually did have blood on it.
And your results of your analysis for the swab?
It was a mixture. I assumed there were 2 contributors.
Was it inclusive of Mr. Dominguez, exclusive, or inconclusive?
So Mr. Dominguez, it was inconclusive whether he was a contributor to the DNA results because the likelihood ratio of 0.76 does not provide support for inclusion or exclusion. And I also compared Mr. Abu Najm. He was included. It is at least 1 times 10 to the 30th times more likely to obtain the DNA results if Mr. Abu Najm and a random unrelated individual are contributors to the mixture than if 2 random unrelated individuals are contributors.
And Ms. Wood, any further items of evidence or reference samples, were there any further ones that you analyzed in this case?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore, that was direct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination?
Yes, very briefly. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. I just have a few questions for you. You indicated that you swabbed the knife sheath that had been provided to you.
That's correct.
I'd just like to discuss the procedure you follow in doing this. You essentially take a long Q-tip, is that correct?
Correct.
That has a cotton swab on the end.
Yes.
You put some liquid on the end of that swab,
Some water, yes.
just water. Then you roll that swab over the entirety of the outer sheath of the knife.
Of the sheath, yes.
Excuse me, the outer sheath.
Correct.
So you roll it over the entire sheath, is that correct?
I mean, instead of rolling, I would say I do more of a scrubbing because I lightly won't pick up DNA, so you really have to kind of get in there.
But because you don't know where the DNA may be, you do that scrubbing all over the outside of the sheath.
Correct, especially in a contact DNA situation.
And you do both sides of the sheath?
I did, yes.
And then you did the same procedure for the inside of the sheath?
I did. So it's quite small in a tighter area, and I did not cut the knife sheath open, so I just sort of blindly swabbed inside of it.
You swabbed as much as you could inside the sheath.
Correct.
And then because you had taken samples from the same item, you combined both the inside swab and the outside swab in developing your profile?
Yes, at the quantitation step, I had a very low amount of DNA in both samples. So to better my chances of getting a profile, I combined them for amplification.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. That was a very narrow cross. Mr. Demar, any final questions?
And just a question on that. When you're examining an item of evidence to obtain DNA off of it, and let's talk about the knife sheath, are you taking precautions to make sure that there isn't cross-contamination with other items of evidence that you may have evaluated?
Yes.
And so the knife sheath itself, when you're taking these samples from it, are you doing that in a sterile area free of other items of evidence?
I'm doing that on my lab bench, which I have bleached. I'm wearing fresh gloves. I have no other items of evidence out or near, and I'm using sterile swabs and either sterile or distilled water.
And what was the first, in your, stepping back in your first analysis of the knife sheath, did you swab that on May 1st of 2023?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, all right, Ms. Wood, thank you for making time for us today. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. All right, Mr. Demore, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yeah, you can call Kathleen Carey.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Pardon me.
Move the slot. It's all good. Thanks, have a good day. What was the name again?
Kathleen Carey.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Ms. Carey.
Good morning.
Come on in and stand at the podium. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning.
The clerk will give you the oath, and then I'd like you to take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to speak about to give the cause not to the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, please be seated. Okay, your first and last name for the record, let's go vote.
My name is Kathleen Carey, Kathleencarey.
Okay, great, thanks. Mr. DeMar, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Carey.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I work for Sacramento County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic identification specialist.
And what is that?
My primary job duties are to evaluate and compare latent and inked fingerprints, to develop latent fingerprints on items of evidence, and come to court.
And when you say develop them, it means you process scenes, process pieces of evidence, and then you can submit those to labs for testing and analysis?
Correct.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been an employee of the Sheriff's Department for 28 years, and I have been a forensic identification specialist for 25 years.
Now, on May 3rd of 2023, were you involved in the investigation of a series of stabbings that took place in the city of Davis?
I was.
And had you been called out as part of mutual aid to assist with the investigation and location of the potential suspect?
I was.
And so I want to focus on a couple items of evidence that you processed. Are you familiar with sort of a green Fuji bicycle?
I am. May I refer to my report, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Or should I say it more like a teal colored mountain bike? How about that?
Correct.
That's okay. As a guy, I usually lump colors into one, blues and greens and things like that. So teal is probably more accurate, correct?
Correct.
And as part of, and did you process that bike for DNA samples and swabs?
I did.
And how about a black path water bottle as well?
The water bottle I do not have listed here. Just the teal colored mountain bike.
And so what did you do with the bike itself? How did you process that?
I did a visual examination. I took photographs of the overall condition of the bike, and then I processed with black powder.
And did you do DNA swabs of that bike as well?
I did.
I want to focus on the prints itself. Were you able to obtain any identifiable prints off of the bike, or prints that appear to be usable?
On the bicycle, no.
In terms of your DNA swabbing, where did you swab?
I swab. Would you like me just to read from my report?
With the daughter's permission?
No. So you need to do your best to remember, and if you don't remember, then you need to let the lawyer know, and we're going to let you look at the report,
Okay.
but we want to know your familiarity with it. So
Okay.
That's the process.
Okay. To the best of my recollection, I swabbed on each of the metal parts of the handlebar. I swabbed on each of the grips on the handlebars. I swabbed on the seat, and I swabbed the top portion of the bicycle frame.
So when you say the middle portion of the handlebar, you're talking about the left and the right?
Correct.
And same with the grips, the left and the right?
Correct.
And when you swab those, did you turn those over? Where did you hook those, or did you turn them over to another detective?
I turned them over to another detective.
And was that Detective Ruben Ledesma?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you. No problem.
No cross.
Okay. All right. Ms. Carey, thanks for making the time for us.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Mora.
People call Ruben Ledesma.
Ruben Ledesma. Okay, Mr. Ledesma, good morning. Come on in. Please stand here at the podium. And we're going to give you the oath. After you take the oath, then the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to give the cause not appearing for the court, to do the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
State your first and last name for the record. Please call them both.
Ruben Ledesma, RubenLedesma.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. DeMore, direct exam.
Good morning, Detective Ledesma.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, assigned to the Homicide Bureau.
And what do you do with the Homicide Bureau?
I investigate active and cold homicides.
How long I'm going to break it up in two parts. How long you been a detective?
Approximately 5 years.
How long have you been in the Homicide Bureau?
A little over 2 years now.
Where were you before you went to homicides?
I was assigned to the Robbery Bureau.
And in April and May of 2023, were you assigned to assist with an investigation in the city of Davis related to the series of stabbings?
I was.
I want to go specifically to a couple pieces of evidence that you took possession of. Back on May 2nd of 2023, did you receive from the evidence text at the Davis Police Department, pieces of evidence that then you transfer to the Sacramento DA's crime lab.
I did.
And what pieces of evidence did you obtain and transfer?
Yeah, so going by the item number, I obtained evidence item SA2 and SA3, which were both fingernail scrapings from the victim, left and right hand, and a cell phone which was labeled CS7.
And to your knowledge, were those fingernail scrapings from Mr. Karim Abou Najm?
Correct.
Did you transfer those items to criminalist Megan Wood?
I did.
No further questions?
Okay, no cross?
Yes, briefly, the cell phone, do you know where that cell phone came from?
I'm not sure. I believe I was told it was from one of the victims.
I'm nothing further.
Okay, all right. Anything you need to clarify?
No.
Okay, all right, Mr. Ledesma, thanks for your brief testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, too.
Okay, Mr. Mora.
People called Ali Workup.
Do you want to give me a preview of the spelling of the last name?
PRO. One second.
That's all right.
How do you know
We're going to get it officially here in a second.
PROKOPCHUK.
Is this the witness here? Good morning, sir. Come on in. Stand here. Yeah, it's great to have you here. Stand here at the podium. We're going to have the clerk administer an oath, and then I'm going to have you take the witness stand to my left.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
You do solemnly swear to the truth, you're about to give the cause not been for the court, so the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first last name for the record and spell them both.
Vitaly Prokopchak, Vitaly, Prokopchuk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mora, direct.
Good morning, Detective Workup.
Good morning, sir.
Where do you work?
I work for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I used to be a homicide investigator, and then I retired and went back as an annuitant.
So, you're a sworn peace officer today?
Yes, sir.
Back in April and May of 2023, were you working as a homicide detective at that time?
Yes, sir.
How long prior to your retirement had you worked with Sacramento County Sheriff?
24 years,
How many years do you have right now?
26.
So back in April and May of 2023, were you part of the team from Sacramento County Sheriff's Office that was dispatched to assist with the series of stabbings in the city of Davis?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a couple of roles in how you assisted with the investigation?
Yes.
Now, did you meet an individual by the name of Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
And where did you meet her?
At UC Davis Hospital.
Why did you meet her?
To obtain a DNA sample from her.
Did you obtain that sample?
Yes, sir.
How did you obtain it?
Just taking a swab of the inside portion of her cheeks.
And did you book that that swab into evidence?
No, I took it directly to the crime lab, to the Sacramento County District Attorney's crime lab.
And who did you give that to?
Megan Wood.
Now, did you also take specific pieces of evidence to the Sacramento County Crime Lab?
Yes, I took multiple pieces of evidence during multiple times.
Was one of those items of evidence a Smith & Wesson knife?
Yes.
Did you transfer a sweater or pieces of a sweatshirt to the crime lab?
Yes.
And how about a towel that had been located during the search at a residence?
Yes.
And did you turn all of those over to Megan Wood?
Yes.
Did you provide Ms. Wood also with a DNA reference sample for Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
And was that on May 3rd on or about May 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. Anything? No more?
I
Okay.
have one question. We're going to have to follow up with the reference sample. Who did you obtain the reference sample from Mr. Dominguez from?
I would have to refer to my report, but it was from Davis Police Department.
Do you remember specifically who it was from?
No, but I wrote in my report.
If that'll refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Danielle Louise.
Great, thank you. No further questions?
Okay. No questions?
No, no.
Okay, no cross. All right. Vitaly, say your last name for me one more time.
It's Prokopchak.
Prokopchak.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Detective Prokopchak, retired detective, annuitant. Thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you to the jury, and anyway, let's take a break, okay? 15 minutes, get out and stretch, and don't form any opinions, don't research, don't discuss anything other than schedule. Thank you. 15 minutes. Thank you, counsel. Off the record. CR 23-1391. After the mid-morning break, collecting evidence. Mr. Demore, I see you have a witness you'd like to call.
Yes, people call Officer Nicholas Burke.
Nicholas Burke, Officer Burke, if you could give him. Okay, good morning, sir. Good morning. Stand at the podium right before me. Thank you for being here. The clerk will give you the oath and then take the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to the testimony you have to give and cause nothing but the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record.
First name is Nicholas, Nicholas, last name Burke, Burke.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's your job?
A police officer with the City of Davis Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer for the City of Davis Police Department?
Just short of 5.5 years.
And were you working as an officer for the City of Davis Police Department back on May 1st of 2023?
I was.
And on the night of May 1st, did you receive a call for service?
I responded to a call for service.
Okay, and what was that?
It was for a possible battery that had just occurred, which detectives on scene had relayed to dispatch. It had been a likely stabbing.
Did you respond to that area?
I did.
When did you get there?
Approximately 23:53 or 11:53 p.m.
Okay. And so I just want to clarify, were you already working like on duty when this is reported to have happened?
Yes, this was at the end of my shift.
And what was your assignment at that time?
If I recall correctly, it was just extra saturation patrols.
Okay. And why was there extra saturation patrols?
Because of the recent stabbings.
And when you got there, what was the scene like?
So I arrived on scene. There was, I believe, 2 detectives already on scene. They had arrived a few minutes before me. It was a dark city street. There were a few unhoused people in the general area next to a few tents.
And what was the police presence there when you got there?
So at the time, there were 2 detectives prior to me, and I believe, if I recall correctly, 1 marked patrol car that left shortly after.
So was it still fairly, you were one of the first officers to respond then?
That is correct.
And what was the scene like as far as lighting conditions?
It was, barring the lights from our flashlights and patrol cars, dark.
What would the lighting situation have been there if you weren't there with flashlights and the patrol cars weren't there?
Dark. There's no street lights in that particular part.
And while there was people there, did you talk to any of them?
I did.
And was one of the people that you talked to Alberto Osorio?
It was.
And did you obtain a statement from Mr. Osorio?
I did.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time?
I was.
And was your statement recorded on the body camera?
It was.
Right. Any questions, John?
Okay.
Also, I'm showing you a video from People's 76. Just take a look at that for me, please. I'm just going to play a few seconds. I'm playing it without sound.
Mm.
Okay, I've stopped at the 8-second mark. Were you able to see that?
I was.
And you recognize what that is?
That is me speaking with Mr. Osorio.
And is that from your body camera recording from that night?
It is.
And does your body camera fairly and accurately depict the scene and your contact with Mr. Osorio?
Yes.
You know, at this point I'd like to publish.
Brief, just the rule of evidence you're relying upon, no argument. Or just, you don't have to state the code section, just generally the rule.
But it's a prior statement that is either consistent or inconsistent.
Okay, objections overruled.
Let's switch to the.
So, the transcript issue here, did the parties meet and confer regarding the transcript?
I was just handed the transcript. I believe they should watch the video, not.
Okay, we've had that discussion. I'm agreeable to that. I do want one marked as a court exhibit, Mr. Van Hook, and I want to thank you for bringing that transcript. Court exhibit next in order for the transcript. Thank you.
Got this way, and then I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, we got a commotion 2 minutes later. So that guy's in a spring, man.
Okay.
Just a moment before you, let me know when you're ready. Mr. Hudson, is this the video you expected?
It's starting not where the transcript starts, so I'm.
Okay.
All right.
Is this the video you expected to play?
This is, I may have grabbed, there's a couple transcripts for this witness, I may have grabbed the wrong transcript.
Sounds like it. Can you tell who that pertains to, Mr. Hutchinson?
You know, I have a transcript where they're talking to 8 unknown people, so it's
Okay,
not
so-
simply just
yes.
Mr. Osorio.
Yeah. That won't work. That objection will be sustained.
I believe this is the correct action. And it's been cut to just Mr. Osorio's statement. I don't believe. the
I'm
other-
allowing that, not the other individuals.
So I have the transcript of the.
Hold on just a second. Can you explain to opposing counsel what's going on?
My concern is the transcript, I believe, includes other people other than Mr. Osorio.
Your Honor, we can sort this issue out without this witness and play it at a later time.
Okay.
I think we need to meet you in for a little bit on the
That's
exact
fine.
details here.
I think I see what you did, and we can talk about it. It looks to me like there are other people, and they're either unintelligible or there's nothing of substance. So, but yeah, why don't you meet and confer regarding it, because there's a lot there.
Right. And then also, did you also talk to Mr. Isaac Chessman?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then Mr. Chessman or anyone else try and direct you to any footprints or anything that was in the area?
Mr. Chessman mentioned footprints.
And did he try to show you any footprints at the scene?
I don't recall specifically being shown. I remember being across the street and he, I think, described them to me.
All right, did you see him?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, no additional questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, anything at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so the recall, we're gonna keep working on that issue. Thank you for your time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, that's okay. Okay, just make a note of that. Make a note for that. Okay, Mr. Demora, another witness.
Yes, people call Megan Silverlake.
Okay, let's get the witness. Good morning. Come on into the podium here. I appreciate you being here this morning. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then have a seat in the witness stand for questioning.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the truth you have to give the cause not for the court, to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Megan Silverlake, Megan Silverlake.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Silverlake.
Morning.
Where do you work?
Sacramento FBI.
What do you do there?
I'm the field photographer for the division.
And what does a field photographer do for the FBI?
Everything from graphic design, videography, crime scene photography, just specialize in all things media.
How long have you done that?
15 years in September this year.
And as part of being a field photographer, do you deploy with the evidence response team, or are you part of the evidence response team?
Yes, for as long as I've been a field photographer, I have been on the evidence response team.
As part of your duties with the FBI, did you assist with the search and documentation of address 762 Hawthorne Lane in the city of Davis, County of Guillory?
Yes.
Was that on May 4th of 2023?
Correct.
At that time, have you and other FBI personnel been made aware of a series of stabbings that had taken place in Davis over the previous week or so?
Yes.
And at the time that you went to 762 Hawthorne, was that after being made aware that Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez had been arrested?
Yes.
So I want to show you a series of photographs for People's Exhibit 50. Now, you've seen some of these photographs before, correct?
Yes.
The photographs you looked at, did that depict 762 Hawthorne Lane the day that you were part of the evidence response team?
It did, yes.
Now, were you one of two photographers that had arrived there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And who is the second photographer?
Gregory Jenkins. He's a special agent in the office as well.
Did you say Jenkins or Richardson?
I'm sorry. Gregory Richardson. Yes, he's a special agent in our office. Both are.
And the mayor, approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And so we're like just looking at some of these small shots of People's Exhibit 50. are these photographs that you recognize as being taken in 762 Hawthorne Lane?
They are, yes.
And these were not your photographs, these were Agent Richardson's, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
But do they fairly accurately depict Hawthorne Lane as you remember it when you were there on May 4th of 23?
They do, yes.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
Now, as part of your response, showing photo ending with 05. And so we're like, is that 762 Hawthorne Lane from May 4th of 23?
It is, yes.
When you and other FBI personnel went through the house, were you trying to document rooms upon law enforcement arrival and departure as well?
So part of our protocol, yes, is to enter the scene as it is shown before we start our search, and then we do the search, and then as we exit the scene as it looked and seemed. Yes, it's part of our protocol.
And we'll hear more about that tomorrow from Agent Pope, but as part of that to show any things that law enforcement may move or search or that are potentially damaged during the process?
For the exits specifically?
For the before and the after?
Before we touch the scene, and then yes, and exit is to show how the scene was depicted upon our exit.
And in searching residences, is it typical based on your training experience for rooms to be designated with letters to say, hey, we searched room A, photograph this is room B, photograph this?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember a room that was labeled as D as in David?
Yes.
Showing a photo ending in 71.
I believe that's, yeah, room D.
And showing you a photo ending in 76. And do you recognize that as being part of room D?
Yes.
Photo 77, is that also a picture of room D?
Correct, yes.
Showing you, trying to show you a photograph of 84. There we go. Photograph 84, is that also a room D?
Yes.
When you were photographing this, or excuse me, when you had gone in to photograph the residents in these rooms, did you have any information prior to photographing who stayed in this room or in any others?
I believe so, yes. I can't recall, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We only want you to testify as to what you remember, so it's okay. Now, was there a bathroom, when you're looking at this room, room D, we'll just keep calling it room D, is there a bathroom off to the left of that room?
No, it was off to the right. Exiting this room, it was on the right.
I'm showing you photograph 50. So now we're looking into room D, correct?
Correct.
And then exiting the room moves off to the right. In this photograph, is that bathroom off to the left?
No, you mean in this photograph, it's to the left, correct, yes.
And showing you photograph 51. Is that the bathroom that we're talking about?
Yes.
and showing you 58 if it'll open. And is that also that same bathroom?
Correct. Yes.
No further questions for this witness?
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hutchinson, cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here today. So, you're a field photographer of the FBI,
Correct.
but these pictures that we were just shown, you did not take them?
I did not take those personally, no. Actually, I don't recall the bathroom photos. I may have taken those ones.
The primary photographer was Gregory Richardson.
It was a split scene, actually. So I was in charge of taking the evidentiary photos of it, and he was in charge of taking the entries upon entry.
If photos are saved in a file and it begins with basically a sheet saying photographer Gregory Richardson, does that mean he took those photos?
Yes.
So all the photos that were shown to you by the prosecution today, those were all taken by Mr. Richardson?
I don't recall because they're not in the format. I think they're all in all the same folder.
Does Mr. Richardson still work at the FBI?
He does.
Does he still work at the Sacramento office?
Yes.
Is there any reason why Mr. Richardson is not available today to testify to the photographs he took?
I don't have a response to that. I'm not sure.
When was the last time you when was the last time you saw Mr. Richardson?
A few weeks ago?
To your knowledge, he's not out on vacation.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And the photos the prosecutor showed you, Exhibit 50?
Well, hold on just a second. I thought it was just an innocent oversight, but based on these questions, you referenced a man named Jenkins. Does that have anything to do with this?
No, sorry. I got my Gregs mixed up. Apologize.
You got your what
My
mixed up?
Gregs. My
Oh,
Gregories.
okay. All
I
right.
work with both of them, but Richardson was the one I was
All right.
referring to.
Thanks for clarifying.
Sure.
Two Gregs. Greg Jenkins was not there that day.
No, he was not.
It was Gregory Richardson who was taking the photographs that day.
Correct.
The photographs the prosecutor showed you, those are not all the photographs Mr. Richardson took that day.
I don't recall, actually. If I were to see them in their own context as his photos and mine, I could probably identify them more.
Were any of the photos you were shown in People's Exhibit 50 the photos you took, or were those photos that Mr. Richardson took?
I could probably find out if I looked at the file info of the images, if you'd like me to do that.
So, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 50, and you can just scroll through on my computer briefly.
Okay.
See if those are your photos, Mr. Richardson's photos, or a combination. You don't have to go through them one by one. Just
Okay.
scroll through them and let me know when you're done. And the arrows should be
Does it show the file info on
on top.
there? Actually, I need the make of the camera. If you right-click the image.
Okay, I'll let you
Sure.
do what you need to do. So let me stop you for a moment. In order to determine whether you took it, you have to right-click every single photo?
No,
Okay.
I'm just scrolling and looking through the file info on the side column, showing me the information I need. So all of these were taken. My camera is a Nikon D850, and this one is showing that it's taken with a Nikon D780. And I would say we could probably confirm with Mr. Richardson if that was his camera he used.
But you do know it was not the camera you used.
Correct.
So it appears that the pictures you were shown today by the prosecution were pictures taken by Mr. Richardson.
Correct.
And when Mr. Richardson was taking photographs, you were not standing behind his shoulder every time he took a photograph.
No.
There were many times he was taking a photograph where you may have been in a different room.
Correct.
You know that these photographs were taken that day because looking at them, it was clearly the location where you were at.
Yes.
But there may have been photographs that Mr. Richardson took that you didn't ever personally observe.
Correct.
There could have been items Mr. Richardson photographed that you never personally observed.
I don't know actually, because I was the person who took most of the evidentiary items. He mostly took the entry photos, but I could probably confirm with him personally. I had not.
So do you think these photos you were just shown are mixed up with you and Mr. Richardson, or are they just him?
The ones that I saw were just shot with either an iPhone, which isn't either of our cameras, or a Nikon D780.
When you say you took the evidentiary photos, what do you mean by that?
When an item was found in the house and deemed to be collected, they would call me to take more detailed images of the item.
Mr. Richardson may have taken an item as he found it in the house, but then later when those items were removed to be photographed, you likely took those photographs?
Yes. He photographed them in entries, but if they were found in a drawer, we typically leave the item in place and then photograph it, a wide shot, a medium, and a close-up of every item that we find in place.
When you say he photographed the entries, what do you mean by entry?
As we entered the scene, and as it was before we even touched the scene, he photographed it as the scene looked.
So Mr. Richardson would photograph the scene as it looked before anyone touched anything.
Correct.
And if you saw items of potential evidentiary value, they would then be removed to be photographed individually.
Sometimes. If they were found in a drawer and someone had removed it and then they said, oh, this is an item we might need, then we deemed that's out of place. But if it was found just on the bed without anyone touching it, we would photograph it there in place to show it's where it was found.
And to determine if a photo was taken by you or Mr. Richardson, beyond asking you, we could right-click the photo and it will give us some information that will tell us who took it?
The information of the camera that took it, yes.
So, again, what camera were you using?
The Nikon D850.
And Mr. Richardson was using a Nikon D780?
I believe so. Yeah. I can't confirm it personally.
Were you said there was also some photos taken with an iPhone?
Yeah, those I did not recognize.
So you did not use an iPhone?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Richardson used an iPhone?
No.
But some of the photographs that were taken, that you just reviewed, were taken by an iPhone?
I believe, yes.
Do you have any idea who might have taken those photographs?
No.
Would that be FBI protocol?
No, we don't take with our cell phones.
When the photos that the FBI takes are given to another law enforcement agency, like the Yolo County Public Defender's Office, not Public Defender's Office, District Attorney's Office, do they separate the photos that you took versus what Mr. Richardson took, or do they put them all in one batch? If you
I don't know.
Were you with, can you even give an estimate of how long, what percent of the time you were in the same room with Mr. Richardson when he was taking photos, as opposed to being in different rooms?
I can't give you a solid answer. I'm sorry.
Because there were multiple bedrooms in this house.
Mm.
There were multiple bathrooms. 2 bathrooms.
I can't recall, but at least one.
You know, I have no further questions, but I am asking that you be ordered back for the defense case. I can give the court a date.
Okay, we'll do that. So we need you to testify at another time also, okay? And so we'll have to work with your calendar on that.
Okay.
At this moment. But is there further redirect, Mr. Moore?
Just in terms of the evidence collection, Ms. Silverlake, were you also involved in another process of evidence collection besides photography?
As a ERT member and evidence response team member, we're cross-trained to be, we can collect items of evidence as well. So I believe I did collect one item.
More specifically, did you and another individual with the FBI, Harry Silverlake, participate in swabbing DNA for potential blood, or swabbing potential blood for DNA?
Objection outside scope.
I'm going to allow.
Yes.
And no further questions?
The other person's name?
Also,
His last name?
yes.
Okay, thanks, and fine. So I opened up something. Any questions?
No question, Your Honor. That's fine.
Okay, and so the witness is under subpoena right now. I can extend the power of that subpoena. Do you have
Yes.
based on our schedule, do you have a date?
I would request May 21st at 9:30 a.m. unless she contacts me and we reach an agreement for another date.
Okay, and she can get your number through the prosecution. May 21st at 9:30. I'm going to order you to appear then, but I'm going to allow you to meet and confer to pick a date that's convenient for you. So,
Okay, thank you.
But I have to have a placeholder.
Sure.
So that's what I'm using. Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you making time for us today. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So we're to Mr. DeMar. Do you have a witness you'd like to call?
We recall Officer Burke.
Burke, okay. Issue that I haven't had a chance to look at?
Actually, you know what? Let's call Perry Silverlake. I think that'll be a faster witness.
Okay, thanks. Okay, sir, come on in. Thank you for being here today. I'd like you to stand at the podium, and it's good to have you here. The clerk's going to administer an oath, and then I'll have you take a witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to you about to give and the cause not free for the court, which do the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record.
Perry Silverlake.
If you could spell the full name.
Perry. Last name Silverlake. Silverlake.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you're comfortable, if you want to move in closer to the mic, that's great too. I think I'm picking you up fine either way. So, Mr. DeMar, this is direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Silverlake.
Morning.
What do you do?
I'm a facility operations specialist for FBI Sacramento Field Office.
What's that?
It is a position that manages the day-to-day operations of each of our facilities in our area that we represent.
And as part of your job, do you have some collateral duties?
I do. My collateral duty is a member of the evidence response team.
And it seems we've heard from a couple members of different law enforcement agencies who are on their own respective evidence response teams. Is it common with FBI for personnel to have that collateral assignment of being on ERT?
It is a chosen collateral. It is fairly common, yes.
So how long have you been a member of ERT?
I've been a member of ERT for roughly 3.5 years.
What are your job responsibilities when you're on ERT?
Just a general collector and kind of a captain. I have no specialties within that response team.
Sort of whatever the task being.
Whatever the team lead asks for me to do.
And who's the team lead?
For this specific case was John Pope and Tamika McCain.
Are you trained on how to collect DNA samples?
I am.
Did you respond when you say this specific case? You know you're here for the Reales Dominguez prosecution. Did that require you, or did you respond to 762 Hawthorne Lane on May 4th of 2023?
I did.
What was your role when you responded to that location?
I was there to collect DNA swabs.
At the time you entered that residence, had specific rooms already been identified with letters, like a bathroom was letter C, or a bedroom with letter D?
Yes.
Now you said the collector. What does that mean?
The collector is the one who actually swabs the presumptive stains.
Are you usually paired with someone else called a finder?
Yes.
So the finder is the person who says, hey, look here, and then you go and you're like, hey, I'm going to collect that evidence?
Yes.
Did part of your duties take you, or part of your role, take you to a bathroom located in the residence?
Yes, it did.
And was that a bathroom located outside of room D?
Yes.
Did you see anything that either was brought to your attention or caught your own attention?
There were items that were brought to my attention.
And did you inspect those items yourself?
Yes.
What did you see?
Stains.
When you say stains, what types of stains, or at least what did it look like to you?
Presumptive blood stains.
Where were those located?
They were in the high touch areas of room C.
When you say high touch areas, what do you mean?
Areas that are frequently touched, so faucets, shower handles, doorknobs.
Okay, so another way to say commonly touched areas.
Commonly touched, yes.
I was thinking for a second you meant like height-wise.
No, sorry.
Right, so about how many areas where did you see these presumptive stains in these high-touch areas?
I do not recall.
Based on what you saw, did you end up swabbing for potential DNA?
Yes.
And you have a swab log with you?
I do not have one with me, no.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to look at one of those to see if you can recall where you saw presumptive blood?
Yes, please.
Okay. Has this been marked?
This is not marked.
Okay.
This is just a refresh
That's
recollection.
fine.
And you recognize this document, Mr. Silverlake?
I do, yes.
And you've seen it before?
Yes.
Right. And in looking at the document, does that refresh your recollection of areas that you saw presumptive blood in room C in that bathroom.
Yes, it does.
And so what were a couple of areas where you saw presumptive blood?
The sink bowl in room C. There were two, I believe, if I recall correctly.
And how about the door handle?
The door handle does not.
Oh, excuse me. Other than the sink bowl, were there any other areas that you saw in room C?
The handle for the sink faucet.
Now, how about in the shower on the walls? Anything that you recall from that?
The shower faucet handles, I believe.
Now, did you go into a room marked D?
I did, yes.
And did you do this? Were items pointed out to you in the same manner that may have been of evidentiary value at that time?
They were, yes.
Right. Did you go into that room and inspect those yourself?
I did, yes.
And did you see anything in room D that you believe to be of evidentiary value?
I did.
All right, what did you see?
I saw more presumptive blood stains.
Where were those?
Those were around, on top of, and underneath the computer desk.
And did you swab and collect those areas as well for potential DNA?
I did, yes.
Did you see anything on the door handle of room D?
Not that I can recall.
And would it refresh your recollection to look at a swab log again?
It would, yes. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And what else did you notice in room D?
There was a bottle of Fabuloso that was swabbed for presumptive blood as well.
And if you go back to the door handle, did you swab the door handle as well?
I did, yes. I swabbed the door handle to the pocket door.
The what?
The pocket door for the room.
Pocket door.
The pocket door is a door that slides from side to side, as opposed to opening out towards you or away from you.
Is that like a closet door?
It can be used in the closet setting, yes.
Was this the door to the room, between the room and the hallway?
Yes.
So the entry door, okay.
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hutchinson Cross.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
When you said presumptive blood, you're referring to a stain that could possibly be blood.
That is correct.
You know from your experience there can be dark stains that may appear to be blood, but subsequent testing determines that they're not.
Correct.
So when you're looking for areas to swab, you're looking at any potential stain that could be a blood stain.
That's correct.
Even if you don't think it's a blood stain, you want to take that swab to be certain.
Yes, sir.
And you described going into a bathroom and taking certain swabs.
Yes.
That was from the sink.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
From the shower.
Correct.
And one other location. Where was the other location in the bathroom?
I'd have to see the swab lab again for specifics.
You said faucet handle.
Faucet handle.
And then, your understanding is those swabs can be sent out for someone to determine if they are blood.
That is correct, yes.
When you went into the bedroom, you were told to swab around the desk. Is that what you said?
There were areas around the desk that I was told to swab. Correct.
Which where there were stains that, based on appearance, could possibly be blood.
Correct.
And you swabbed those areas around the desk?
Yes.
And actually swab the desk itself?
Yes.
Did you swab underneath the desk?
Correct.
Did you take any other swabs in the bedroom?
The entry door. There was also a bottle of Fabuloso that I took swabs from as well.
Okay. Did anyone point out any other items for you to swab in the bedroom?
Not that I recall at this moment.
When you take swabs, is it the practice to take swabs from items that you can't take with you? Obviously, you can't take the shower with you, you can't take the sink with you, you can't take the door handle with you. Is that the practice to take swabs from those sort of items?
Yes.
If you have an item that has clear blood on it, but you can take it with you, the practice is to book that into evidence, correct?
Correct.
And then later a person can take a sample of that item and test it.
To my understanding, yes.
So just hypothetically speaking, if you were in a suit jacket with blood on it, you wouldn't take a swab of the suit jacket. That suit jacket would be packaged and then booked into evidence, correct?
Correct.
So in taking swabs, your focus is on swabbing the areas that cannot be collected as evidence.
That's correct.
And if there were other items found in that bedroom that had blood or suspected blood on them, but could be packaged and booked in evidence, that probably wouldn't have been pointed out to you. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, not to me.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any follow-up, Mr. Demore?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that concludes the testimony of Barry Silverlake. Sir, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Demore, do you have a witness?
People call Corporal Shane Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Come on into the podium right here. Thank you for being here. We're going to have the oath administered, and then please take the witness stand.
If you do solemnly swear to speak what you give and cause nothing for the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
First name is Che, spelled C-H-A-Y. Last of McCampbell, M-C-C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Van Hook, direct.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What's your job?
I am a police officer for the City of Davis Police Department, County of Yolo.
And how long have you been a police officer for the Davis Police Department?
December of 2018.
And were you working as a police officer for the City of Davis Police Department back on May 1st of 2023?
I was a police officer, but I was not actually on duty. I was at home.
And did you become on duty at
I became on duty rather quickly. Yes, sir.
What were the circumstances for that?
I received a phone call from our lieutenant asking about a situation that happened.
Was it a stabbing?
It was a stabbing.
And was that reported to have happened on L Street, kind of between 2nd and 3rd?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with various surveillance video cameras that are located in downtown Davis?
I am.
And specifically, are you familiar with a camera that is located at the intersection of 2nd and F?
I am.
And are you able to access that camera?
Yes.
How are you able to access cameras? Is that like a city camera, or what's the deal there?
No, the camera is owned by the property owner. I had a relationship with him prior to law enforcement, and he allows me access to various of his personal security cameras.
Okay, so this is a private citizen's personally owned camera, but you have access to it.
Yes, sir.
And were you able to access the camera system to look for any video that might be relevant to the incident involving the stabbing on L Street?
I was.
May I first let okay. I'm handing you, I'm showing you, it's 26A. There's 5 videos. Can you do me a favor and just click through those so you recognize them?
Yeah, I recognize these videos from the same camera that I viewed the night.
And then, when you reviewed them, what were you looking for?
In addition to being able to access the cameras, the city provides us like an MDT or information that comes from the police dispatch on our on a cell phone. So I was able to actually log in and see the updates and the description that was given during the time of the call. So what I was looking for was the description that was provided, being that the location was close. I thought there could be a chance that I could see a subject or someone involved in view of the camera.
And were you able to find videos of a person headed towards the direction of L between 2nd and 3rd on May 1st?
Towards the direction of L Street, yes.
May I publish your honor?
Okay.
So this is from People's 26A, and this is the video. Ending. So there's a number sequence at the beginning of the name of the video, and this number sequence ends in 13_000.
Thank you, counsel.
And so, sir, are you able to see the screen okay?
Yep.
Can we do this just a little bit? Does this show the intersection of 2nd and F?
Yes, it does.
And can you orient us a little bit? I'm going to show you People's 25G. What I'd like you to do is just take a look at 25G and see if you can see that same intersection on 25G.
Yes, to be the 2nd Street goes east and west, and F Street is going to be north and south. And this camera is picking up facing north at the intersection of 2nd and F Street.
So I'm going to put People's 25G on the overhead, and then we'll put back to the recording. And so looking at 25G, you should be a laser there on the table to your right. Can you show us where the intersection of 2nd and F is?
Sure. Oh, so this is 2nd. That would be the Amtrak station. This is G. This is right here.
So that's 2nd and F?
Yes.
Okay, sir. And you were talking about some directions. Can you show us on this kind of overhead Google map type view of which direction north is here?
Sure. North would be where the red dot is traveling northward. East-west, this is 2nd where the red dot is. East would be to our right if we're looking at it, and west would be to our left if we were viewing the picture.
All right, the northwest to the top?
Yes, sir.
Right, and if we could please switch back to the video. So from this video view, what are we seeing as far as which of those directions is here?
Can I use the pointer?
Please.
North would be this direction. East is that direction. And west is here.
So north is towards the top left,
Yep,
east is to the top right,
yep.
and west is to the bottom left-ish.
Yes, sir.
Understood. Thank you, sir. And so from this video, were you able to, let me try that. This timestamp that's here at the bottom of the video of 23:59, are you able to see that?
Yes,
And is that near the time that you were able to see someone on the video?
it is. Yeah.
I'm going to play the video forward from this point forward. Stop the video. We saw a person on bicycle come from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. Were you able to see that?
Yes.
And so what direction is that person, what street is that person riding on?
The street, immediately he was going eastward on, eastward on 2nd Street.
Understood. So he's going east on 2nd through the intersection with F.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to switch videos. And are you able to see this video, sir? That's the same one. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yeah.
And this camera view that we're looking at now, is this also from that same location, the same building on 2nd F where the prior surveillance view that we had was?
It is.
And we see a street that runs from the top left of the screen kind of down to the right. Do you see that?
Yep.
What street is that?
The street that is immediately east is going to be F Street.
Okay, and so the street that takes up most of the view, what street is that?
That's going to be 2nd Street.
And did this video also show that same person riding the bike?
It showed him still going eastward on 2nd. Yes, sir.
I want to play the video for you. I want to ask you about these timestamps that are on the video. Here at the bottom it says 22:59. What's that in civilian time?
That's 10:59.
And do you know whether or not the timestamps on the videos from this particular location are accurate, meaning that they're correct with real world time?
Yes.
And have you accessed video from this particular location before?
Yeah.
And has it consistently been that these times are accurate?
Yes.
Let me stop you there. Officer, we've got a few more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to take our midday break. We're going to resume sharp at 1:30.
Okay.
So you're excused until that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. To the jury, enjoy your midday break. Do not discuss, do not form any opinions, and don't research. And I'll see you for this afternoon session, folks. Thank you very much for your service. Operator. SCR 2023-1391, taking evidence, and we have the witness Shay McCampbell on the witness stand. All members of our jury present, all the parties and counsel present. Mr. Van Hook, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Corporal.
Good afternoon.
So when we left at break, I was talking on a video that we have on the screen. And if you can just dim the lights a little bit. So we talked about this also being from kind of the second and F location. Do you remember us talking about that?
I do.
And so when we looked at the map earlier, you'd shown us kind of the intersection of second and F.
Mhm.
If I pulled up the map again, would you be able to show me where on the map we're seeing from this view?
Sure.
And if we could switch over to the other please. Okay, and so I have the map. This is the People's 25G backup on here. And are you able to see the area that's shown by this camera?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, can you show us where that is, sir?
Yeah, so the last video that we were just viewing, the subject that was on the bike was traveling from the west eastward, approximately right here in this location, or excuse me, going eastward from the west in this location right here, just prior to F Street.
Okay, so chronologically, between the two videos that we've seen, this one is actually slightly first in time, just like a moment before the first video.
It is.
And so,
Can we agree that the camera is a campus store?
It is on the north-facing side, on the east side of the building of the campus store.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I call it the campus store, are you okay with that?
I am.
Okay.
and when we're talking about the campus store, Corporal, are we talking about this building here that's at the southwest corner of 2nd and F?
Yes.
And so we have one view that's looking out into the intersection and one view that's looking out to the street just before the intersection?
Correct.
Thank you. And so for this same set of cameras, was there additional video from later in the evening?
From the same vantage point or the cameras, yes, there were.
Okay. And so I'm going to switch back to the desk. So I pulled up a video here. This is the video ending in, or with a numerical sequence that ends in 10_775. Are you able to see this, Corporal?
Yes.
And do you see the same intersection that we saw in the very first video that we played during your testimony?
It is the same intersection.
All right. From the timestamp, can you tell when this video is from?
11:50 p.m.
All right. And so I'll play this video for you. Pause the video at the 1 minute 14 second mark. Were you able to see that, sir?
I did. I can see it.
And did you see an individual crossing the intersection during that video?
I did.
And so going back to the Google Map overview of the area, let's switch to the demo, please. Thank you. intersection here of 2nd and F, where is it that we're seeing this person and which way are they going?
From the vantage point of the cameras on a campus store, the subject is seen on the north side of the street, approaching F from the direction of east.
Okay, so they're going the opposite direction as in the first video. From
Opposite, yes, sir.
Okay. And they kind of look like they were on the sidewalk. Which of the two sidewalks are they on?
On the north side. From the vantage point of the cameras, they'd be across the street.
Understood. So I'm going to go back to the videos, hopefully. And I'm going to pull up the video that ends in 50_10-775. Are you able to see this video, sir?
Yes.
And you recognize this angle from the previous set of videos that we played?
Yes.
And we'll play this video for a little bit. I've stopped this video at 1 minute and 47 seconds. If we can go back to the old for just a moment, please. So, sir, when we were talking about this view earlier, you were talking about how this is the street that's west of the intersection with F. Were you able to see the an individual in this most recent video that I played?
Yes.
And which direction were they going?
They were traveling westward.
So the opposite direction from the prior video that I showed you with the same person?
Opposite.
Or sorry, with the person. And then I want to ask you, which sidewalk are they on?
The last footage that we just viewed, they were on the north side.
And I want to go back to that footage for just 1 second. On this footage from the north side here, do you see the timestamp here on the video?
I do.
When is this video from?
May 1st, 2023.
And at what time?
At 11:51 p.m.
And you verified that the video recordings from this particular set of cameras gives accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have one last video that I'm going to go to. So are you able to see this camera?
Yes.
And I want to go back to the Elmo and kind of understand where this camera is located and what angle we're seeing here.
Okay.
If we would be able to switch that, please, sir. Okay, so are you able to see on people's 25G where this camera is located and where it's viewing?
So I believe the footage that you just had up was going to be on the building 200B Street, which would be west of this location, a few more blocks down.
It's further down?
Further down.
Okay, would it be helpful if I played the video for you?
Sure.
Okay, and so this kind of 200B Street, is this further away than that second and F location that we were talking about before?
It's approximately four blocks. It's a continuation of Second Street. It's where Second runs into B-Boy Street.
Okay, so then I want to ask you about this set of camera, this camera then. Did you have access to this camera view as well then?
I did.
And is this from the same private citizen who has various cameras?
Yes, sir.
And so I'm going to put on the overhead People's 25A. Looking at 25A, are you able to see where this camera is located?
Just a second. So, okay, yeah, so this is B. B Street runs north and south. This is a continuation of Second going westward. The camera view that we're looking at is on the rear of this building. There's a fence line that separates this building from another business, and there's a breeze through or walkway, and there is a camera position right there facing southwards towards Second Street.
And so then this building is on the north side of Second with its view facing southbound so that it can glimpse some of Second.
Yes, sir.
And the building that you indicated is this white building near that's at the kind of northeast corner of the intersection of Second and B.
It is.
And so then the alley that you're talking about is at the east end of that particular building.
Yes.
And so, sorry. So we'll switch back to this. On this camera here, we have a timestamp here that's now advanced to 23:55. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
What time is that in civilian time?
11:55 p.m.
All right, and is this again a timestamp that you know to be accurate based on working with this particular system?
Yes.
So you can take that down. Thank you.
Well, hold on just a second. Is that car parked on Second Street?
Is parked on Second Street facing north.
I misunderstood your testimony. I thought the building was on the north side of the street and the camera was facing
South.
south. Oh, the car's facing north.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good. You're clear, I'm not. I got it now. Thanks. Good, I'm good.
Thank you. So, Officer, or Corporal, I apologize. Have you reviewed these particular sets of surveillance video before?
Previous to this night, yes.
And, sorry, these recordings that we showed you in court, have you seen these recordings before?
Yes, I have.
And for purpose of this question, I just want you to assume that the person in the first two videos is the same as the person in the remaining three videos. Did you see any difference between the person in the two sets of videos?
No, I did not.
As far as, did you see any videos as far as their method of movement or how they were moving?
Speaking towards like body mechanics.
Well, how about this? In the first set, were they riding a bike?
They were riding a bike.
And in the second set, were they riding a bike?
They were riding a bike.
Okay. Was there something different about how they were riding the bike in the two sets of videos?
The second set, when the subject was going westward, the opposite way, he was going slower, coasting on the bike.
And did it appear to you that there was anything physically wrong with that person?
Section speculation.
Was there any indication on the video to you that the person in the second set of videos was injured?
From what I saw, yeah. I mean, it kind of stuck out that he didn't have full use of a leg. He wasn't pedaling.
Yeah. Nothing further.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So the business at the intersection of 2nd and F Street, that is the UC Davis store?
It is.
That is a private business that is not owned by UC Davis?
The building itself is privately owned with an assortment of business is located.
So when you speak of knowing the owner, you're referring to the owner of the building,
Yes, sir.
not the owner of the business.
Correct.
2nd Street, that's a major, very popular travel road in downtown Davis,
Correct, yeah.
lined with many businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Many popular businesses.
yes,
And you know from your experience that many of these businesses have security cameras pointed towards 2nd Street.
I would imagine.
The UC Davis store, what does that store sell?
Apparel associated with the college, UC Davis?
It's a store that probably many, if not most, of UC Davis students are familiar with. Would you agree with that?
I would yeah, I agree.
The cameras that are on the corner that we just saw, they're very visible. If you walk by, you can clearly see there are cameras there. Correct?
I've never personally walked under and peered at them, but yeah, they're hanging from the front part of the store.
You said you've gone to this business multiple times
Mhm.
to get camera footage.
Via email, like I've been to his office. I'm aware where the cameras are located. I wouldn't say I've sat and peered at the external camera.
Have you ever gone out to the corner and looked?
I have.
There are 2 cameras on different sides of the building, one on one side, one on the other, correct?
Of the Aggie store?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So there's one camera on the side of the building that is facing north.
Yes, sir.
And that's the footage we saw that gave us kind of a close-up view as the person rode the bicycle traveling west.
Yes, sir.
There is another camera on the side of the building that is facing east.
Correct.
And that is the camera that gave us some of the farther view of the individual crossing the intersection of 2nd and F.
Correct.
As you sit here today, you don't recall ever looking up at those cameras to see how noticeable they are, that there is a camera there?
I cannot honestly sit here and say I've made a concerted effort and stood on the corner to locate the camera.
The person on the bicycle, when they were traveling eastbound, approximately 11 o'clock, that 2nd Street runs straight into the Amtrak station, you said?
Hmm?
You have to answer yes.
Yes.
And that is the direction this person was traveling, as indicated on the video.
Yes, sir.
And the other video that you checked, that was a camera operated by or on a building owned by the same property owner?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was on the corner of, it's on a building located on the corner of 2nd and B Street.
Correct.
As you're getting closer to the UC Davis campus.
Correct.
Black Bear Diner is just across the street from this building on the
Correct.
It'd be the northwest corner of 2nd and B.
Yes, sir.
And the camera we saw at the truck was parked on 2nd Street, kind of diagonally in a parking spot.
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor asked you about the differences in the movements of the individual from the first video and the second video. The first video, the individual was pedaling a bike.
Correct.
The second video, the individual was sitting on a bike.
Correct.
But using one leg to push the bike.
Correct.
So when you said he appeared to be injured, you were making an assumption based on the movements you observed.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But from the vantage point that you saw, you couldn't tell if anything was wrong with the bike at that time.
Correct.
If a chain, you're familiar with bicycles?
Yes, sir.
If a chain falls off a bicycle for whatever reason, then you can't pedal it, correct?
Correct.
You would actually have to put the chain back on the spoke before you can pedal it.
Correct.
But if a chain has fallen off the spoke, you could push the bicycle with one foot.
Yes.
But it would probably be more logical and be more efficient to simply put the chain back on the bicycle. Would you agree?
Depends. I mean, in those circumstances I've been in, I've done either or.
So when you've had, you've been riding a bicycle when the chain falls off?
Yeah.
Okay. And in those circumstances, you have just pushed with one leg your entire way home without fixing the chain?
The times that happened to me as a child, I was able to maneuver and just put it back on the rear sprocket.
Even as a child, you were able to put the chain back on the bicycle?
Yeah, I moved the bolt and slide the rear wheel back.
And then once it's back on, then you can ride?
Carefully, yes, sir.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Vanderhook, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Officer McCampbell. I appreciate your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. DeMora.
Well, Sergeant John Lopes.
Okay, John Lopes, okay. Good afternoon, sir. Come in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for making time for us today.
Certainly.
I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath and then have you take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to speak what you give and cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spoken vote.
John Lopes, John-Lopes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Lopes.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I'm a sheriff sergeant with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 33 years.
And currently, what's your assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned to corrections at the main jail.
And prior to your promotion, were you involved with CSI work?
I was, previous to the main jail, I was assigned to CSI for the last about 28 years.
And what was your role with CSI?
I was a deputy sheriff assigned to the CSI unit, and in that position, a crime scene investigator would take photographs of scenes, video, process scenes for fingerprints, DNA, collect evidence. Sometimes we prepare crime scene maps of scenes.
And you were called out as part of the Sacramento Sheriff's team that came to assist the Davis Police Department with a series of stabbings back in April and May of 2023?
I was.
And on May 2nd of 2023, in the early morning hours, well, maybe not really early, but 7:45 a.m. that day, did you respond to Davis and start processing the scene at the corners of 2nd and L Street?
I did.
And what was your role in processing that scene?
At that particular scene, my role was to take the still photographs of that location and then also film a scene video.
And when you met, or excuse me, when you responded to that area, did you meet with a Corporal Alice Torres and a dispatcher by the name of Shannon Hall.
I did.
Had they been documenting the scene prior to your arrival, or did they document it with you?
They had started processing that scene or documenting it before my arrival.
Now, at the time, were you made aware that there had been a stabbing around close to midnight on May 1st, previous evening?
I was, yes.
And so your role was to document the scene, well, when you first responded there in the morning on May 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And so have you seen, I'm going to show you some photographs from People's Exhibit 24. Did you have a chance to look through People's Exhibit 24 prior to court today?
I did, yes.
And was that a series of approximately about 381 photographs that you looked through?
Correct.
And were those photographs that you recognize as ones that you took?
Correct.
And do those fairly and accurately capture what you viewed on May 2nd, 2023?
They do.
I'll show you some of those photographs. So we're going to start with beginning in 6429.
What do you think? There, nope, that's not it. You don't want to see that.
Sorry, sorry. Is this a photograph that you recognize?
I do, yes.
And so, are we looking? What were you trying to capture in this photograph?
These are a series of photographs of the surrounding street area. So what we do is we don't just take photographs showing a specific location. We begin by showing the surrounding area to tie it to a specific event or a specific scene that may be in the neighborhood. So here we're starting to show an intersection corner where we will be moving around through that area and taking additional photographs.
At the time you knew, well, obviously based on the crime scene tape, but you knew approximately where the stabbing had taken place?
Correct. When we arrive on a scene, we will meet with detectives and we will talk to them about the location of the scene, what it entails, what we're looking for, before we begin taking the photographs.
We're going to dim the lights. Thank you, Chris.
I'm showing you photograph 6495. Now, is this another photograph where you're zooming in more into the location where the stabbing had taken place?
It is, yes.
Now, I want to go a little bit closer in. Were you taking photographs? Well, when you arrived on scene, were there still tents set up in that area?
There were, yes, there were sleeping tents that were on the sidewalk. They would be in this photograph, if you could see them. They're behind the two vehicles that are near the center of the roadway that are parked, or the right side of the roadway that are parked near the center of the photograph. And you could see a blue, like a pop-up tent. The actual sleeping tents that we're talking about would be to the right of that blue pop-up tent.
Do you happen to have a laser pointer up there?
I do.
Can you just identify that, use the laser pointer to point to where those tents were in relation to that blue pop-up?
Certainly. So the blue pop-up tent is just to the left of center of the photograph, and to the right of that, there's of that tent, there's a dark-colored car, and the sleeping tents would be under the trees to the rear or behind that dark-colored car.
I'm sure you know the photograph 6849. And is this one of the tents that you were describing that was in that photograph.
Correct. So in this photograph, we're looking almost in the opposite direction from that previous photograph. So the previous photo, we were looking south. In this photograph, I've moved down the street and I'm looking back north. You can see on the very right-hand edge, there's an open white car door, and there's above that car door, there's a blue tarp or tent. That was what we were talking about in the previous photograph. And then to the left of that blue tarp, you can see a pop-up tent. You can begin to make out the word investigations. And underneath that tent, near the center of the photograph, is one of the sleeping tents that we're talking about.
Go to photograph 6918. Now, this is a zoomed-in version or a zoomed-in picture of that tent you just described, correct?
Correct. This is just a little bit closer than the previous photograph, taken from almost the same area. And the exposure has been changed on the camera so that we can clearly see that tent that is underneath the investigations pop-up tent that was placed there due to the rain that day.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, when you went through a briefing with detectives and everything, is one of the things that you ask or you talk about or discuss to determine whether the crime scene has been preserved in a way to reflect where items were to the best of their ability?
Yes, we want to find out, has the previous team that began to work there, if they had moved anything, if they'd altered anything, if they'd stepped on anything, what have they added to the scene, if anything.
And at this time, when you're documenting the scene, was it your understanding, or told me if it was, that the tents had been left the tent that we're looking at had been left pretty much undisturbed other than medical personnel?
Protection, foundation, speculation.
Sustained.
Have you received any information about the condition the tent was in when you were documenting it versus how it had been the day before?
What I had been told was on the...
Is it back on the listener? Let me ask this. In looking at this tent, obviously it's still attached to the ground. Were there any signs or indications to you that it had been taken apart, dismantled, and then put up again?
No.
And so as we're looking at this tent, you're documenting this tent, were there openings in this tent? When I say openings, I mean a door or a cut in this tent?
There was a door, a doorway to the tent, but that was zipped closed. And on the north side of the tent, which is the opposite side of this photograph that we're looking at here, not this face, but the opposite side, the tent material had been cut or torn open.
And I will... Looking at 6972, and is this what you were just describing, that opening in the tent?
Correct. So this photograph is just taken from the previous photo we looked at. I was looking north. In this photograph, I've moved to the north side of the tent, and I'm looking south, so we're seeing that opposite side. And then in the center of the photograph, on the face of the tent, you can see a darkened area. We can actually look through the wall of the tent into the interior, where you could see contents on the floor, which is that gray material in between the red.
It looks like there's some type of netting over the tent. Do I have that correct?
There is a green, I think a yarn that had been placed over the side of the tent to create a grid, and it was held in place by binder clamps, and that had been placed there by the initial Davis Police Department crime scene team.
You're going to photograph 7149. You mentioned the opening, or excuse me, the zipper to the tent. Is this what we're looking at right now on the right side of the picture?
Correct. So this photograph, if you think of the previous photo, what I've done is I've shifted to the right, and I'm now looking to the east. So we're looking at the face of the tent where the door is, which is zip closed, And if we look to the rear of the tent, you can see the white van just to the left of the tent, and above that would be that blue tarp that we began talking about.
Showing you 7227. Now you mentioned 2 tents. Is this the second tent?
It is. This tent was just to the north of the previous tent, the red-colored tent that we've been talking about.
Where are you in relation to that red tent when you're taking this photograph?
The red tent would be just out of view to the right. So if I turn basically 90 degrees to my right from this photograph we're looking at now, you would see that red tent.
So looking at 7257. Now, on this photograph, again, Sergeant Lopes, we're looking at that red tent. I see some dirt in that area, or at least in this picture. Is the tent off of the sidewalk, meaning it's not touching the sidewalk?
Correct. The tent is in the dirt portion of the planter area adjacent to the sidewalk.
Do you recall about how much room there was between the sidewalk and the tent?
Several feet, if I were to guess.
Objection, speculation, strike.
Sustained, stricken. It's partly because of the way you phrased it. You said, I'm guessing. We can't have guessing. But he can circle back with you if he likes.
All right, how about we go to 7263? All right, looking at the left side of the tent, are you able to estimate, to the best of your ability, how much distance between the sidewalk and the tent?
About 2 feet.
Yeah, so we use the phrase, I guess, sometimes, when we really have a reasonable estimate, and that's what you just did.
Correct.
I get it.
And did you have the opportunity to take a few photographs of the interior of the tent?
I did, yes.
Great. Photograph 7311. Are we looking through the tent, through that opening that we described as on the north base, or excuse me, north side of the tent?
Correct. There's the cut torn area, which is exposed here, so we can see the red outer wall. And then that gray area in that top, almost half of the photograph, that is inside. There's a red binder that is on the right-hand side of the photograph. Below that, on the right-hand side, there's a hairbrush. And you can see other contents back in the top left-hand corner as well.
And that right binder is off to the side where the zipper opening is that correct?
Correct.
When you were inspecting the tent and photographing it, did you see any other cuts or tears in that tent? Did you like the gray rain cover on top?
No, I did not.
We go to 7410, please. Is this a picture of you looking down through the cut that's in the tent?
It is. So from that previous photo where we were looking back deeper into the interior portion of the tent, in this photograph, I'm looking almost straight down into the interior to show what is closest to me, near my feet. In fact, that probably is my foot at the very bottom corner. So I'm looking almost straight down, and you can see there's probably like a cell phone with something plugged into it, a cord that's there.
What's that that black item that's just off to the right? Looks like a cigarette pack.
The dark item here?
Yes.
I believe that is a tablet of some type.
Like a digital tablet?
Correct.
And going to 7457. Is this a, Sergeant Lopes, is this a ground level view looking through that cut in the tent?
It is.
Is there no further questions?
Thank you, counsel. Any cross?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this afternoon. So, in addition to yourself, Shannon Hall from the Davis Police Department was taking photographs at the scene when you were there?
No, she was not. By the time I arrived, the sheriff's CSI team took over doing everything.
So, when you arrived, you the only person taking photographs?
That I was aware of, yes.
Was Alex Torres from the Davis Police Department there at the time when you were there?
Most of the time, yes.
And when I'm referring to Mr. Torres, you know who I'm referring to?
Uniformed officer Torres?
At the time, yes. Do you know someone by the name of Alex Torres who works for the Davis Police Department?
I believe I met him that day, yes.
Sure. And all the photographs you took were given to Mr. Torres?
The photographs were burned over to a CD or DVD, and they were sent over to the Davis Police Department, I believe, the following day, and they were taken there by Sergeant Lowry.
So I'm going to show you some of the photographs. I'm going to sit down.
Certainly.
So this is People's Exhibit 24 with photo ending 6672. Sir, this is one of the photographs that you took?
I believe so, yes.
It appears to be looking west on what's considered the middle portion of 2nd Street. You're not familiar with Davis streets, correct?
Correct.
All right. This appears to be facing west. Can you determine that from the photo?
Yes, this would be facing west. Those are the railroad tracks that are on the left-hand side of the photograph.
Because you did not know what would be ultimately relevant, you took hundreds of photos.
Yes, and again, it's part of what we typically do on scenes is we will take numerous photos to show the surrounding location.
Many of the photos you take may ultimately not be particularly relevant, but you don't know that at the time. Would that be a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, can you see where this little cursor is? There appears to be a pile of gravel down here. Can you see that?
I do on the right-hand edge.
There also appears to be some object on the other side of that gravel. You see it appears to be a square type object.
I do. There's a darkened object just on the top of that gravel pile.
Sir, if you recall, did you ever walk down and observe what was located on the other side of this gravel pile?
I don't recall going down there.
So I'm going to show you some other photographs. This is marked Defense Exhibit E. I'm going to bring my laptop up, look through them. Even if you didn't take these photographs, if you recognize what is depicted, I'm going to ask you some questions about that.
Certainly.
Okay, so there's 5 photographs. And if you can just, there's the arrow. You just want to take a look at each of them, and then when you're done, let me know. Okay?
Certainly.
Sir, do you recognize the scene that is photographed in those 5 photos?
It's just the railroad trackside area. There's a power station that is also in the photographs.
Did you take those 5 photographs?
I believe so, yes.
And are those photographs an accurate depiction of what you photographed that day?
They would be, yes.
Permission to publish, right?
Granted.
Now, sir, I'm showing what's been marked. That's Exhibit E. This is photo E1. You can see the gravel where my cursor is. Can you see the gravel pile?
I do, in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph.
And then we now have a closer view of that square object that we looked at. Does that appear to be an overturned chair or sofa of some sort?
It appears to be something like that, yes. It's just to the left of the gravel pile now.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit, sir. Between the gravel pile and that overturned chair, do you see what appears to be a log or a portion of a down power pole?
I do see that item that runs there parallel to the ground, and it's against those green bushes.
And you may not be able to tell, but right where my cursor is right here, can you see if that appears to be the cut end of when the pole ends?
It would appear to be a cut end, yes.
Showing what's been marked. Photo E2. Again, sir, I'm going to zoom in. This shows the gravel, the overturned chair, and that appears to be a wooden power pole or something similar to that?
Correct.
And now this is Defense Exhibit E3, and now you're farther back, but if you zoom in, you can see down here the chair, the gravel, and from a distance, the pole.
Correct. In this photo, the items that we're talking about, that pole, that gravel, the chair, would be there on the bottom left-hand corner.
And now I'm going to E4. Again, this is another photo of those items we were just discussing.
Correct. And those items are in the same area, bottom left-hand corner.
And showing you what has been marked Defense Exhibit E5. This shows, it appears to be an apartment complex on the south side of the railroad tracks.
Correct.
So someone sitting on that wooden pole would be looking and facing south, would be looking at the apartment complex, which is right across the tracks.
Correct.
And sir, when you arrived at the location, Davis Police CSI had already left with the exception of Mr. Torres?
They were still at the scene. Initially, that's who we met with and talked to Officer Torres, and then there was a female dispatcher / CSI person that was there at the scene.
But at that point, it was you and your team that took over the processing?
Correct.
In addition to yourself, how many other members of your CSI team were there?
My sergeant at the time, Sergeant Lowry, Rachel Lowry, and then we called in Deputy Ariel Fontes to assist with the evidence collection from the scene.
If you recall, what time did you arrive at the location, or did your team arrive at the location?
Sergeant Lowry had arrived prior to me, and Deputy Fontes arrived later. I can tell you the time that I arrived at the scene if you'd like.
Did you document that in your report?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
It would.
Your Honor.
Okay.
So I arrived at 11:50 in the morning.
So, assuming that the stabbing occurred at approximately 11:45 p.m. the prior night, you arrived approximately 12 hours after the incident.
Correct.
You said there was an officer who arrived before you from your team?
Correct. That was Sergeant Lowry.
When you arrived, was Sergeant Lowry already engaged in processing the scene, or did he wait for you to arrive to begin, if you know?
She waited for me to arrive because the sergeant typically does not process the scenes. It's the deputies.
So Sergeant Lowry, she was at the scene. She waited for you to arrive. Did you begin processing before the other member of your team arrived?
I did.
And whatever happened at that scene during the 12 hours before you arrived, you have no personal knowledge of that?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Okay, Sergeant Lopes, thanks for your time. Have a great
Okay.
day.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, Mr. DeMora.
People call it Detective McCluskey.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Come in all the way to the podium right here. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
The clerk will administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to speak what you give, to cause nothing for the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Henry McCluskey, HenryMcClusky.
Okay, I just realized that I need a stretch break. So, thank you. And the first thing we're going to do is feel free to stand up and stretch with me. So, anyway, that's what I'm doing. And we're going to take a hard break at 3 o'clock, depending upon where the witnesses take out. But we're going to try to get to 3 o'clock. Off the record.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your job?
I'm a detective with the Sacramento Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the Sacramento Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 7 years and with the department for over 20 years.
And were you working for the Sacramento Police Department as a peace officer back on May 2nd of 2023?
Yes.
And on that day, did you come to the city of Davis to assist with an investigation related to this incident?
Yes.
Is it normal for detectives with the Sacramento City Police Department or with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office to just routinely come to the city of Davis to do investigations?
No, I never have in my career.
Okay. How was it that you came to be doing work in Davis this day when this never happened on another day?
It was, we'll provide mutual aid to a department if they don't have the resources. We're a much larger department than Davis, and I believe either they reached out or we reached out to them, seeing if they needed help because they had multiple cases that were ongoing during that week.
Okay, so your agency is helping out another law enforcement agency.
Yes.
And as part of your assistance to the Davis Police Department, did you and other
So in the state of California, there are certain criteria by which paramedics will bypass a non-trauma center with a patient to get to a trauma center based on their injuries. When they get to that trauma center, each center has its own kind of internal tiering system. At Davis, we have a 3-level tiering system. The lowest level is the lowest level injuries seen by the emergency physicians, and usually that's it. Our second level is seen by our trauma residents and our nurse practitioners and the emergency physician. And our highest level is all those and the trauma attending or the trauma surgeon.
So, first, UC Davis Medical Center is a trauma center, correct?
Yes.
And so for a paramedic to take an individual, a patient directly there has to be, would it be fair to say, skin injury?
Yes.
Now, when you went through your 3 tiers as a trauma surgeon, you only directly respond to the most severe injuries, does it sound like?
Correct.
When we say the most severe injuries, what are these typically life-threatening injuries?
They're potentially life-threatening based on, yes.
I guess I should say, sort of what criteria are you looking at to determine that someone is a tier 3 response where you would have to get involved?
So a serious brain injury, we have a grading scale for that. Any penetrating injury to the torso, low blood pressure, pressure less than 90. Requirements for intubation, in other words, a mechanical ventilation, a tube in the throat. There's about half a dozen of them.
A penetrating injury to the torso, could that be a knife wound?
Yes.
I would imagine not all knife wounds would require a tier 3 designation. Like, for example, if I got cut on the top of my hand, that would probably not be a tier 3.
Correct.
For these penetrating injuries to the torso, is there a concern or would something that could potentially hit a vital organ rise to the level of tier 3?
That's the reason they're in that level.
So on May 2nd of 2023, did you have contact with a patient by the name of Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
And was she admitted to UC Davis Medical on that day?
She came into the emergency room and she got admitted to the hospital, yes.
Is it fair for me to say that since you, you're one of several people who attended to her or checked or evaluated her when she was in the hospital, correct?
In the hospital or in the emergency department?
In the emergency department.
Yes, it's a large team.
Is it fair to say that Ms. Guillory's injuries rose to the level of a tier 3 response?
Yes.
Why is that?
Some stab wounds hit nothing. Some stab wounds get in and hit something serious, and hers was the latter.
You say some stab wounds hit something serious, and hers was the latter. Do you recall where her stab wounds were?
She had a stab wound to the right back and run to the right buttock.
In terms of the injury, the stab wound to her right back, what, if anything, was significant about that?
From the outside, it was not bleeding, so nothing. But her blood pressure was low coming in, which meant likely she had been bleeding. And in that area back on that side, there's a kidney, the colon, the liver, lung.
So why was that a concern then?
All those organs can either bleed or collapse in the case of the lung.
Were you aware in your evaluation of Ms. Guillory and in talking to other medical personnel of whether she had lost blood?
I know her blood pressure was reported low by the paramedics during transport. or a scene or transport. We usually don't have an estimate of blood from the scene.
Was she responsive to you?
Yes. I'm trying to remember, but yes.
Thanks. Like I said, we're going to take our break. We got a little bit in, but we have more questions for you on the other side. The jury's been working hard, and we're going to get back to you at this time. Doctor, I'm going to excuse you for 15 minutes. It might be closer to 3:20 on this break. Thank you. Just a moment. I'd like the jury to remain seated for just a second, okay? And we're going to cut the live stream and go off the record just a second, okay? And no media involved. State of California versus Reales Dominguez. We have Dr. David Schatz on the witness stand. He's subject to direct examination. Mr. Nomura.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Schatz, we had left off talking about Ms. Guillory's injuries, and so I want to come back to, you mentioned her blood pressure was low. Why is that a concern to you as a trauma surgeon?
It usually indicates bleeding.
Is the level, is her blood pressure level, does it indicate whether she had been losing blood for a long period of time or whether it had been less dire?
So we look at the normal blood pressure, so-called normal. Many of you may have a blood pressure of 90, which we consider critically low, but my wife does. But in general, a blood pressure of 120 is kind of a normal pressure. Less than 90 is considered critical. If it's a long-term bleed, as in over weeks, the body will compensate. But if it's an acute bleed, it doesn't have time to compensate. So that blood pressure less than 90 to us as trauma surgeons, as with an associated injury, means she's bleeding until proven otherwise.
Hold on, counsel. Doctor, can I have you move in a little bit and then move that mic up as far as you can to the top of it angles. Yeah, there you go. I think that would be better for us. Okay, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. And doctor, could you recall, was Ms. Guillory's injuries, was her blood pressure in the critical zone or was there something else?
It was low, yes.
For my own benefit, what's the normal range?
Again, a normal blood pressure is 120. 110, 120 is fine. 90 is very concerning.
When a blood pressure is low and there's that indication that someone has been bleeding, is that a sign that that person may need a blood transfusion?
It could be, yes.
In this case, did Ms. Guillory need a blood transfusion?
Yes, she got a unit of blood.
What's that mean?
Units come in bags, about 250 cc's, that'd be about 8 ounces. In her case, her blood pressure was low, but she did respond to that unit of blood. In other words, her blood pressure got better.
Can you tell us your experience as a trauma surgeon? If she had not gotten that unit of blood, what could have happened to her?
Well, and when we got further along in her workup, she was actively bleeding. So it was a combination of she needed blood transfusion and we needed to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, she would have bled.
What we typically call a bleed out?
Yes.
When we say bleed out, that means that someone will die or pass.
Yes, usually you bleed to the point your blood pressure is so low that the heart stops.
And so, we talked about the two injuries, the injury to her right back and the injury to her right buttocks. Did one of the stab wounds that she had received hit an organ?
Yes.
Which one of those?
The right back.
What organ did it hit?
Right kidney.
What's the kidney do?
It filters the blood and removes the impurities and removes excess fluid. So that's what's in your urine.
Was this a concern to you as a trauma surgeon?
In her case, yes, because there was one of the organs that's lying near that stab wound.
What's the organ lying near that stab wound?
The kidney, the duodenum, the liver, the pancreas, the colon, all of which either can bleed or leak bowel contents, all of which are bad and life-threatening.
And so when you assessed that she had a wound to her kidney, were you able to tell just how severe that wound was?
Well, we found that wound by getting a CT scan, and on the CT scan, You can see the amount of kidney that was damaged and the fact that it was actively bleeding.
How much was damaged?
We have a grading scale of 1 to 5. It was a grade 3, or a grade 4, I believe. It's a higher grade, near the highest.
And what type of medical response does that require?
Stopping the bleed.
When you say stop the bleed, is there a certain level of urgency to stop that bleeding?
Yes.
Okay.
More time we wait, the more blood's going to get lost. In the case of her, before radiologists can do what they can do now, it was an operative thing, so to require surgery and often the loss of a kidney. The radiologists now, they're called interventional radiologists, so they can poke a needle in the groin, into the artery there, feed a catheter up the aorta, out to that renal artery, and out to the kidney that's bleeding, and they can put a coil in there and actually stop that vessel from bleeding. So it's very technically demanding. It takes a while. The end of it's a Band-Aid on the groin. We kind of joke about it because of a very serious injury on the outside. It's a poke in the groin, but otherwise it would have been, it would have kept bleeding and she would have died.
When you inspected this area in the right back, could you tell how many stab wounds there were?
There was one in each of those 2 locations we just spoke about. Can I add one more thing to your last question? The urgency is so much so that the American College of Surgeons verifies trauma centers. So if you hear of a trauma center being a level 1, a level 2, that sort of thing, that is the American College of Surgeons that verifies that they meet all the standards. One of those standards is that interventional radiology, that from the time that those radiologists are called by somebody like me, they have 60 minutes to have the patient on the table with that needle in the groin. So that gives you an idea of the urgency.
So something like that requires a very, very quick response in a very narrow time frame.
Yes, and it requires a whole team of people to do that.
Could you tell in your CT scan, in your evaluation of Ms. Guillory, the angle at which the stab wounds were? Meaning, did they come like straight down? Did they come in at an angle?
Not really. Because as you're standing and sitting and lying at different angles, the kidney's relatively fixed, but there's still some potential movement of from one position to the other. So, and we don't usually, sometimes we'll put markers on the outside where the injury itself is, so we have a little bit of a relationship on the CT scan. The problem with those markers is that they're metal, and then the radiation, the X-ray is kind of spray, so they make the image a little less clear.
Could you tell how deep the wounds penetrated?
Well, it got into the kidney, so I don't know, 4 inches or so.
Was there any damage, when we looked at the stab wound to our right back, was there any damage to any other organs, vital organs in that area?
So CT scans are great, but they're not conclusive. And in the case of the kidney, we knew what the injury was, we knew what the bleeding was. The problem in all those other organs I mentioned back there, the abdomen has got kind of 2 spots. It's got a bag called the peritoneum, and that's where all the bowel and most of the organs are. Then there's what's called the retroperitoneum, where things like the duodenum, the pancreas, the colon reside.
Can you slow down just a little
Sure,
bit?
sorry. So where those other organs reside. You can do a decent abdominal exam if there's an injury to organs within that peritoneum. You can't do that kind of exam if in that retroperitoneum it just doesn't work. So the danger of having missed injury back there could be catastrophic. So that's why we ended up taking her after the kidney bleeding was stopped. We took her to the operating room and opened her abdomen really to look for those injuries, because if there had been one and we hadn't picked it up for a few hours or a day or two, the results would have been very bad.
Can you repeat the organs that you were listing and the court reporter interrupted you?
Yeah, sorry. Duodenum, pancreas, liver, colon, kidney. That's probably it.
When you did surgery, were there any further injuries in those areas?
No. We had to mobilize all the organs to see the back side of those organs, but there was no injury.
And just as Ms. Guillory's kidney, if it hadn't been repaired, she could have died. When you say something could have been very bad in this case, if there had been injuries to those additional organs, you mean she could have died as well?
Yes.
Were you able to, before I move to the right buttocks area, were you, when Ms. Guillory was in the emergency department, were you able to actually physically see the wounds on her back?
Yes.
If you could, standing up, just point to the areas where they were.
I can tell you I saw them, but I can't tell you I remember where they were exactly.
That's fair. All right, now moving to the right buttocks area, was the stab wound here consistent with what you saw the stab wound to the right back to be?
Yes.
I mean, like the size of it?
There's about a centimeter difference in size, which is a third of an inch. But other than that, they was the same.
How big were each, when we look at the wounds and not just the differences between them, what would you estimate the size of each stab wound to be?
What we wrote in the chart was 2 centimeters for one of them and 3 centimeters for the other. So it's 2.5 centimeters per inch. So a little less than an inch and a little more than an inch. I don't remember which was which.
So the right buttocks area, do you remember how deep the wound was on this, in this injury?
We would never see the wound's depth from the outside. We can only guesstimate it from the CT scan. And I don't remember what it was. There's not a lot back there except for muscle and vessels and nerves, but for the most part, it's the muscles that would bleed, but there wasn't.
And did this injury require any specific medical treatment?
And we just washed it out and closed it.
So no vital organ hits with this one?
No.
So unlike the injury to the right back, the right buttocks was not a life-threatening injury?
Correct.
And did you have a chance to review Ms. Guillory's medical records?
Yes. Specific to kind of what I took care of, in including her discharge summary, which I wasn't involved with at that point. But
And are those medical records made in the regular course of business?
yes.
Do you and other medical professionals at East Davis Medical, do you make the entries into the medical records at or near the time an event takes place?
As close as possible. In her case, for instance, her initial evaluation in the emergency room probably wasn't written for 3 or 4 hours because we were busy doing surgery and that sort of thing.
That's fair. So it's more of a priority to take care of the patient than to make the entries.
Correct.
The first available opportunity where a patient's life is not at risk, then you can make the entries.
Correct. Yes.
If you could explain to us how those records are prepared.
It's all on the computer. There are certain templates, for instance, for a history and physical exam versus a progress note versus a procedure note, in this case an operative note. The history and physical basically is what the patient tells you, what your findings are, and what the studies are, and what your conclusions and plans are. And the operative notes are what our preoperative diagnosis was, what our postoperative diagnosis was, what the procedure was, who the surgeons were, how much blood loss, that sort of thing.
And you as the trauma surgeon, when you're brought in, I take it some of these notes have already started to be generated.
Yes.
And while you're generating notes or evaluating someone, a nurse or another practitioner could also be entering notes into the chart?
Yeah, simultaneously when the patient arrives, there is a documenting nurse who's taking down every time, every vital sign, every medication given. So those notes are by that nurse are being generated pretty much simultaneously as to what's happening. Some of the other nursing notes are maybe generated 2 or 3 hours later. But
and as you're still tending to the patient in this Guillory, do you, or have you in this case, did you go back and review some of the notes that were being produced by other people while you were tending to her?
most of what I look at is the radiology notes, the labs. The notes are, again, in the process of being generated. Some of those notes, she came in around midnight. I probably didn't see the resident's notes until 8, 9, 10 o'clock next morning because we're operating at 6 in the morning.
And as multiple people have access to this chart, what are the process or what are the procedures in place to make sure that those notes are accurate?
Theoretically, every note, so the notes get written by the residents, then they come to me to sign. I always put some kind of notation what my findings were. Theoretically, my signing means everything in that residence note is correct. If I read every residence note and every single word, I wouldn't be here. I'd be in my office reading more notes.
Fair point. And so, when you looked at People's Exhibit 30 and looked at some of the notes, did you see references to your name in there?
You got to tell me what reference 30 was.
Certainly. May I approach, Ron?
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet, so go ahead.
The shots I'm showing you, People's Exhibit 30, and this is by the PDF, page 47 of 898. Do you recognize this document?
Yeah, that's history and physical.
Okay, and the history and physical is that of Ms. Kimberlee Ramona Guillory?
Correct.
And is this a patient that we've been talking about today that you treated on May 2nd?
Yes.
And right here under procedure operations, it says trauma shots. Is that you?
That's me.
And is this a fair, this page, is this a fair and accurate copy of Ms. Guillory's chart?
Scroll down the bottom. Sure. If my signature's on it, I'll tell you yes. And, this is a discharge summary. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a discharge summary that starts with the history and physical, but I think I'm too far. So this is the, I'll re-say. So they come in the hospital, they're in the hospital for a day, 2 days, 3 months. At the time of discharge, they get a summary written, so for the next provider can not have to go through 900 pages. So this is a discharge summary of what happened during her hospitalization. So correct what I'm saying there. It starts with a kind of a summary of her history and physical. The other, I was on that night. I operated her next day. We have a team. Any given day, we had 7 of us on call. So I was on for 24 hours. So I operated her, and then my partners took care of her for the duration. I don't write notes. When I have a case like this, I check in to see how she's doing, but I don't put notes in the chart.
Let me move to another page. Moving to page 72 of that. Do you recognize that page?
That's probably a part of her discharge summary too. That is a result of the CT scan of this case, her chest.
Okay, and were you part of the CT scan or present for the CT scan?
I was present when the scan was being done, yeah.
Let me show you page 172.
Any objection to these records?
In general, no. I do have cross-examination.
Okay. So we don't need to go through this process?
they were business records received in response to a subpoena, so.
Right, well, they're also cumulative. I mean, I have the doctor's testimony as to what he did.
Great.
So I don't know that we need to go through these records any further. Unless there's something particular that you want to draw out of Mr. Kumar. I don't mean to cut you short, but.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. And Dr. Schatz, when was Ms. Guillory discharged from UC Davis?
On the 9th of May, so 7 days later.
That actually was my last question, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Hutchinson-Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Schatz. My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Sir, if Ms. Guillory's only injury had been the stab wound to her buttocks, she likely would not even have been transported to UC Davis Medical Center.
That's a great question. It's a penetrating injury, so it wouldn't have hit the highest level because it's a torso, not in the paramedic's eyes. But it is a penetrating injury, so it still meets trauma criteria, so she would still come to us. It just would have been that mid-level activation of personnel.
Had there only been the injury to the buttocks, you likely would not even have been involved in this case.
I'd be involved a few hours later. When everything's done, the residents would call me and say, we got this lady, and this is what happened, and then I go down and see her before she gets discharged. That's usually the case.
In this case, what really got you more involved was the injury to her back.
Yes.
That was on her right flank.
And there are two things. One is that the basically two trauma criteria, activation criteria, the blood pressure less than 90, that was the one, and then the torso penetrating injury. So it's actually two reasons why she came to a trauma center and my level of involvement.
So you mentioned the blood pressure and the penetrating injury.
Correct.
And it was to her right flank.
Correct.
That by right flank, you mean the right side of her back.
Yes.
You remember seeing that injury.
I don't off the top of my head.
But you obviously saw it.
Correct.
But you see many penetrating injuries.
Correct.
And I assume it's probably impossible to sit here 2 years later and specifically call every single penetrating injury you've seen.
Correct.
And that's why when the prosecutor asked you to show where it is, you couldn't specify where on the right flank it was.
Correct. I will say that with experience, you learn to recognize patterns. So a specific location of gunshot wound, a stab wound, a baseball bat, with that knowledge of what's underneath that location. And that's when you start, you recognize the patterns. If it had been a blunt injury, a baseball bat, for instance, the kidney still could have been split.
So would it be fair to say that you were not particularly concerned with the injury to the buttocks? Your focus was on the injury to the back?
Yes.
You testified earlier this was on her right buttocks?
Yes.
Is there a reason why the medical records on multiple occasions would identify it as the buttocks?
I don't know.
So, sir, I'm going to show you defense exhibit. This is not People's Exhibit 30, right? I'll show you People's Exhibit 30. Put it in search for left buttocks, and you see there's 6 results. You can just scroll through and take a look at all the times. Here's a little arrow up there you can press on too.
Okay. So this first one is a discharge.
Just take a look at them. So go through and look at the 6 locations where the term left buttock comes up.
While he's doing that, this is Exhibit 30, and it has approximately
900 pages.
900 pages.
A little less.
All right, and you've used a search engine, and he's looking at the 6 references.
I did a search for left buttock, and there's 6 results.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these are, oh, go ahead.
Have you looked through all 6 of them?
I think so, yes. Yes. There we go.
And those injuries where it says left buttocks or left buttock, that is records that are entered by someone else. It wasn't you.
Correct.
Just a moment. So now, sir, I'm going to show you a search where I'm going to put in right buttock, and there's one result. And for people's reference, this is page 130 of 898. Take a look at, read this as well.
Okay. This is, yeah, my note. So, as I said,
just take a look at this.
Okay.
Is this, where it says right buttock, is that your note or is that someone else's?
My note.
And the notes where someone identified as left buttocks, who, based on what you saw, who entered those notes?
A variety of people.
Excuse me?
A variety of people, yeah.
Okay, sir, now I'm going to do a search for right superior, the words right superior, and 4 results come up. If you could take a look at those. So you see, I put in mid superior, there's 4 results. If you could just scroll through and look at all those.
So of your notes here, right superior,
Just look at them.
I have, but right superior refers to the kidney and the buttock a couple times.
So in the search results of right superior, of those 4 that came up, were
Yes.
some of, how many were referring to the buttock and how many were referring to the kidney?
Think about half, 2 and 2.
2 referring to the buttock, 2 referring to the kidney.
Correct.
The term superior, what does that mean in medical language?
Upper.
So, right superior back would be upper back?
Yeah, up mid, up back,
Mid
yes.
to upper back? Anything other than lower?
Yeah, again, it kind of, there's no external landmarks in the back. I mean, there are, but you have to count the spines, and we don't do that in general, so it's more of a guess, or not an estimate. If it's like you're looking at the colon, you can say proximal, distal, whatever, but in the back, it's more.
So superior, right superior could mean mid-back, it can also mean upper back.
Well, upper back is down into the chest.
So, given the location where the kidney was, superior in this case is referring to more to mid-back?
Yes.
And to the extent you can, do you distinguish between upper mid-back or lower mid-back, or no?
Again, there's the back that we, in the lay terms, refer to as like the whole back. In the medical terms, if it's going to be more in the chest, for instance, I would say upper thorax would then direct others in the medical world. That's probably going to be more of a lung injury, as opposed to the back, which would be kind of like below the ribs.
So, if you're referring to a buttock as the superior of the buttock, that would mean the top of the buttock? Or
Yeah, and the iliac bone, the pelvic bone underneath, is that the bone you feel on the outside. That's the upper part of that bone. So that mass down there is the gluteal muscles, the buttock muscles. So it's kind of in that general area. Yes.
And in terms of in medical language, where does the buttock begin and the back end?
That pretty much is that bone.
The pelvic bone?
Yeah, and the reason is because a bullet will go through the bone, a knife won't. So that bony pelvis is what protects all the internal things we were talking about before that live down there, the bowel primarily. So I'm not concerned about a internal organ if that bone's protecting it. So that's why the buttock is kind of on the upper part of the bone and then down to where that folds into the leg.
So if someone were going to try to feel this bone, where is it located? If you're going to direct me to.
So if you feel right on your sides, that's the top of that iliac bone. And that bone kind of goes around behind.
So if you're standing, putting your hand right by your side, right at your hip, that's the iliac bone?
Yep. Yes, sorry.
So, sir, given that we have some conflicting information in the medical records, 6 references to left buttocks, 3 references to, well, 1 reference to a right buttock, and then 2 references to a right superior buttock, how are we to determine where the injury was, whether it was on the left buttock or the right buttock?
I actually went back to look. Sometimes we take pictures. There were no pictures. I guess what it came down to is the injury was not our focus of our concern, but you're absolutely right. We do find errors like that occasionally. Somebody writes one, what's the other? I tell you it was the right side, and the next thing knows it shows up in a chart somewhere. So, but you're correct. It was incorrect in those documentation.
So as you sit today, from your memory, although you know there was 1 buttock wound, as you sit here today, you don't have an independent memory whether it was on the left buttock or the right buttock?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And Mr. Demora, any redirect for Dr. Schatz?
Dr. Schatz, can you just point to where the kidney area is located on the map?
So if you feel kind of where your ribs are, it's pretty much right there.
You wouldn't mind standing up and
Sure.
that area?
So my ribs end right about there. The kidney is out there. And it's about that big. I don't know, 4 inches.
Thank you. No further questions.
If you gestured that the kidney is about 4 inches?
Yes.
And as it's in your body, is that 4 inches kind of going up vertically?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where the injury was? At the top of the kidney, middle, bottom?
So the radiology reports of the superior pole, that's where the right superior came from. So it's the upper part of that kidney.
So the upper part of that 4-inch organ that you described?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Nothing on that.
Okay, great. Thank you, counsel. Dr. Schatz, I appreciate you making time for us. Have a great day.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Demora, do you have a witness?
People call recall officer Nicholas Burke.
Can we approach?
Yes. Just a moment. To the jury, I'm going to talk to counsel briefly in the hallway, so feel free to stand up and stretch. Thank you. Off the record. on the record. And thank you, counsel. You know, we're dealing with a piece of evidence that is a lengthy transcript. I need to review it in more detail, so I'm not going to do that right now, right in front of you. We need to take more time, and so that's my way of saying we're done for today, because I need time to look at it, and I have some other issues I want to address with counsel. So it has been a full day. Many witnesses have testified, and this trial remains on schedule. We're working this week, and we're working from 9:30 to 4:30 with our normal breaks. And as I indicated earlier, the jury appreciation is a week, so the things that they have down there will be there all week. So I hope you get a chance to pop in and do that this week sometime. And so the three-part admonition is in play. We're going to see you at 9:30. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss other than scheduling, and then don't research. And I'll see you back ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow for a full day. Thank you, folks. Operator. Back on the record outside the presence of the jury. So there was an objection by the defense to the statement recorded by Officer Burke as to the witness Alberto Osorio. And I want to just get that more robustly stated on the record. Mr. Hutchinson, state your objection.
Yes, Your Honor. This was recorded by...
Can you pull that mic close to you?
Yes. This is a body camera recording of Officer Burke's entire interview with Mr. Osorio shortly after he responded to the location. And the people stated the basis for this admissibility over a hearsay objection is a prior inconsistent statement and prior consistent statements. The people seek to play not only a small portion of the recording, but the entire recording. Looking through the transcript, with perhaps one exception, I don't see anything that would be inconsistent with his testimony. But it should only be that portion that is admitted, not the entire recording. Also, with respect to prior consistent statements, it's not enough simply that it be consistent, then additional requirements in Evidence Code Section 791. And without reviewing Mr. Osorio's transcript, with perhaps one exception, I don't believe that would apply at all. So there may be one or two portions that people can play under those exceptions, but it's my position that the entire recording remains inadmissible hearsay. I should note that although this was taken shortly after this incident, the people do not seek to admit it as a excited utterance. The court will see that Mr. Osorio is extremely calm. By his own testimony, he hadn't observed anything, and in describing it, he is clearly talking about the incident 2 hours earlier where they chased Khalid Siddiqui, and he is combining the two incidents as to one, which is very confusing for Officer Burke, as the court will see. So I don't believe the entire portion is admissible over a hearsay objection.
Okay, and what portion have you flagged that you have no objection to?
Well, I said possible. I asked the people to articulate which statements they believe may apply. I don't think it's my.
Well, okay. Well, you said.
I said may apply.
All right.
I don't
okay,
want to.
Okay. Thank you. And then Mr. Vanderhook, briefly.
Yes, Your Honor. So there is some inconsistent statements regarding the description that he's putting forth and the timeline of events. And I think what Mr. Hutchinson is saying kind of highlights the inconsistency of the statements, because the statements here are not actually about something that happened 2 hours earlier. He's talking a lot about something that happened 20 minutes earlier. And so you have something that happened at 9 p.m., which everyone agrees was not Mr. Dominguez. And then you have something happening 10 minutes before the stabbing, and then you have the stabbing. And Mr. Osorio was talking about things that happened in like the very short period of time before the stabbing. In addition, to the point that the statements are consistent, there was a cross-examination, Mr. Osorio, that kind of had this implication that he's affected by people's statements outside of what he observed, and that he heard statements from other people, and that's affected what's going on with him. And so we have this statement, an intervening event, and then his testimony, and so this becomes a prior consistent statement to the areas where it is the same as their testimony.
And I indicated when we met sidebar in the hallway that it's the type of thing I really need to review Mr. Osorio's testimony, which I have extensive notes on, and then review the transcript, and then consider your respective legal arguments and apply the law. So I'll do that, and the matter is the objection to this body cam of Officer Burke as to the statement of Alberto Osorio is submitted. Okay, and then the defense indicated they had issues they wanted to address, and so what else was that, Mr. Hutchinson?
There are two issues. There is a motion to exclude witnesses. As the court is aware, the prosecution sent materials to some of the experts with a cover letter making purported assertions of facts. One of those assertions of facts was that the prosecutor told the experts the cut to the tent was not a puncture, but it was a long slice. That is a fact the prosecutor told the experts and asked them to make an inference from that. We learned from Mr. Chessman's testimony that in fact it was a puncture the size of a tissue, and that it was later cut or torn by someone else. So my request, I've received a certified transcript of that portion of his testimony. I'm asking permission to provide it to the experts, given that they were told something contradictory by the people in the cover letter. But since there is a motion to exclude witnesses, I need the court's permission before giving them a transcript of testimony. My second request is I would like the court's permission to give my expert, the cell phone extraction, Brian Chase, the transcript of testimony of Mr. Kumada, so he can do that in preparation of his testimony. I would have no objection to Mr. Kumada being permitted to observe Mr. Chase's testimony when he testifies. So those are the two exceptions I'm asking for the court's order to exclude witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, any argument?
Mr. Bader,
okay.
And I'd submit on these requests. I think it's really important for the experts to get all the best information that we can give them. And so I think that anything we can do to get them accurate information, to get good opinions, is going to be beneficial to finding out what's going on here. And so I would either submit or join. I think it's a great idea.
So my general rule is that the witness exclusion doesn't apply to the experts, and that we didn't clarify that, but I mean, this is standard in complex civil cases, that the experts can watch the whole trial, and then you question them about what they watched, what they didn't, so they have an understanding. And they certainly can watch the testimony of other experts. That's a best practice and essential, or at least get daily transcripts. So anyway, if the parties are agreeable, I would just qualify the witness exclusion rule to exclude experts from that, and you can provide anything from the trial to the experts as long as you're letting each other know what's being provided. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay, agreed?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, all right, so it's open transmission, bad word, but anyway, to the experts. The experts are not part of the witness exclusion rule. Okay, thank you. So we clarified that. Was there another issue, Mr. Hutchinson?
No.
Okay, so that's defense. How for the prosecution, anything?
No issues, just one thing to bring to the court's attention. We were riding the elevator this morning, alternate juror number 6 said good morning to the people, and that was it.
Really nice fella, you know, for sure, Roger. Yeah, so anyway, that's fine, and thank you for indicating that. And it's probably worth reminding the juror, because it's not normal to see people every day and to just ignore them. So, but I will mention one more time to the jury. So then I wanted to bring to the party's attention, I don't want to get caught flat-footed on jury instructions, and so I want the parties to be working on this. I realize we still have many days of evidence. But Mr. Hutchinson, you had mentioned an argument for an instruction depending upon the evidence for involuntary manslaughter. And so I would call your attention to Justice Hope's opinion in People v. McGee. That's MC capital GEHH. And that's 246 App 4th 1190. And that's a 2016 opinion. And it's an excellent opinion to guide this trial court on the various issues about the admissibility of state of mind evidence in phase 1, and then what instructions should be given in a case like this. And they explain why involuntary manslaughter is not a proper instruction in a case like this. And basically the argument that if the defendant did not realize and appreciate that the person being attacked was a human being, that is a defense, and that is a defense that's set forth in Insanity and would have to be tried separately at the second phase. It does not amount to involuntary manslaughter. And so they go through that in great detail, drawing from the California Supreme Court opinion in Elmore, and I won't, I'll just direct you to that opinion. So listen, I'll take argument on it. If you're advocating for that, you can make a record, but it looks to me to be black letter law, and the fact pattern there is in some regards similar to what we have before us in this case. The court would intend to instruct on Calcrim 3428 regarding specific intent and mental state. So I want the lawyers to either stipulate to language and or be prepared to make argument. And I want to hear your argument on Calcrim 627, which deals with hallucinations. If there's any evidence of that, be prepared to give me argument on that. And it seemed to me there was one other. Oh yes, the people want 362 consciousness of guilt, and I believe the McGee case, if I remember correctly, yes, it has a very good discussion about how you should draft those instructions for consciousness of guilt under Calcrim 362 and state of mind under 3428 when you have a defendant and the issue is whether they can appreciate right and wrong and so forth when they're engaged in conduct. So anyway, I wanted to give you a heads up on those issues, and no need for comment right now. Just keep working on it. And I also noticed, Mr. DeMore, I don't think I saw GBI in that list that you put together. And so maybe I'm wrong, but I put a question mark on that. So you might want to, consciousness of guilt is 362. There's also 371. But yeah, GBI. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you on jury instructions, and you've got a full day tomorrow, Mr. DeMora?
Yes.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. And then I'll try to get to the Burke thing in Osorio. Anything else for the defense?
Your Honor, the people advised me that they may rest as early as Friday. So at this point, I'm planning to have witnesses ready to go Monday morning at 9:30. If the people rest earlier, I could potentially have at least 2 or 3 witnesses here Friday, but that is my plan at this time.
Great, thank you for coordinating. Friday we're off at 3, but if we get to the end of tomorrow or Wednesday, and Mr. DeMora, you have clarity, we want to use every minute we can. We've got these experts on the back end, and we don't know how long deliberations are going to take. So every half day that we can save is a good thing. It gives flexibility to this jury. So just keep working together and keep those witnesses on call for Friday for now.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Listen, I don't know that I'll have a ruling ready, but you're able to go without this Osorio matter. I'll get it done this week.
Yeah. On the scheduling, we'll have a full day tomorrow. As I've indicated last week, I've been shifting witnesses because we are ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
I've explained to Mr. Hutchinson that there is one witness for the people who is not available at all. His first day back is Monday. So
take him out of order. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about that.
That's all good. Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Off record.